Ladies and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and warm greetings to all distinguished panelists and dear participants joining us today in person and online. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this session on catalyzing the clean energy transition through emerging technologies. I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, Program Lead for ISA's Green Hydrogen Storage and Solar E-Mobility Programs under ISA, Asian Development Bank, TA. And in today's session, we will discuss key opportunities and challenges in scaling up new technologies related to solar, green hydrogen, storage, solar e-mobility, and battery and solar waste management. We will cover the unique regional and sectoral contexts and insights from international experts through our distinguished panel. To set the tone, we will now hear the welcome address from Mr. Felipe Saliba, Chief of Unit, Knowledge Management and Capacity Building, ISA. As you know, capacity building is the core of ISA's mission, and Felipe leads its three flagship pillars, the Global Capability Center, GCC, the StarC initiative, and the ISA Academy digital platform for large-scale learning experience access. With over 25 years of global experience in knowledge management and digital transformation, Felipe works with governments and development partners to build enduring institutional capacity and accelerate the adoption of solar solutions. Over to you, Felipe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Today, the world is at a decisive moment. Countries, especially developing nations, must accelerate the shift to clean energy, not only to meet climate goals, but also to strengthen energy security, jobs creation, and build new industries. Emerging technologies are no longer optional. They are a strategic lever for competitiveness and resilience. At ISA, we see this every day in our work with member countries. Our four pillars, country engagement, catalytic finance, and global capability and digital platform, and technology roadmaps, are designed to help countries to take informed, sovereign decisions that expand access, reduce costs, and attract investments. India's own experience shows how innovation scale and strong policies can transform an energy system in less than a decade. This is a powerful signal for other major economies. When the right technologies and policies are aligned, progress can be fast and transformational. Across our network, we see remarkable momentum from agri-PV in Africa to floating PV in Asia and early green hydrogen pilots in LAC. New materials like perovskite tandems, advanced storage systems, and solar-powered mobility are redefining what is possible. I want to sincerely thank our distinguished speakers and our moderator, Dr. Matur. It's an honor to have you here, sir. To ensure that emerging technologies become real opportunities on the ground, not just concepts discussed in global forums. So from ambition to action. And I look forward to a rich discussion and hope this session strengthens our collective ambition for a clean, reliable, and inclusive energy future for all. Thank you, and I hand over to you, Mirdula.
Thank you, Felipe. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into the panel discussions, I will take a few minutes to present the ISA activities and approach in the new technology area to give you an overall context and background. So can I ask my colleague Raj to please put the slides? Just a moment. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. As you all know, ISA is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization, and India and France are president and co-president. We have 4 regions: Asia and Pacific, Africa, Latin America and Caribbean, and Europe and other regions, each represented by 2 vice presidents. So you can see Australia and Sri Lanka for APAC, Ghana and Seychelles for Africa, Grenada and Suriname for LAC, and Germany and Italy for Europe and others. So as I speak, we have 125 members. That includes the full members and signatories. Going to the next one. So ISA has 9 programs. On the left, you see our 4 pillars: Catalytic Finance Hub, Global Capability Center and Digitization, regional and country level engagement. And today we are talking to this, about the technology roadmap and policy activities. So we provide informed guidance to our members on technology forecasting, existing and emerging technologies, policy analysis, and innovation. So we have 10 programs in ISA. And so this is the slide. I will just give you because of the lack of time and time constraint, I'm just giving you a flavor of what we have done in different areas under the new technologies group. So we support our member countries by doing technology prioritization. So if you look at the existing technology and you click on the use case, next slide, please. Yeah, if you click on the use case, this is the example of, what we have done, and also did a report on this, which was launched last COP. So here you can see the stacking of different storage technologies with respect to the use cases. And then you can see on the lower side of the graph, different use cases. And then you see on the graph, how the different technologies are stacked up. So we have graded the technologies based on their performance on technical and commercial parameters. This report has all the details, and all our reports are available on our website, and links are given in the concept note as well at the background. Then if you go back, emerging technologies is another area of interest where we keep our member countries informed. If you go to click the technology forecasting, you see here the different TRL levels and how the battery technologies or storage technology per se are, they are at different TRL levels. And it's important to tell our members about the emerging technologies so that they they prepare well in advance for those. So going back to this the parent slide. So country prioritization, what we do is that based on the country requirement, use cases over there, we do the technology and country prioritization hand in hand so that it makes sense to the member countries that what we are talking about. So this is an example. If you click on the identification, this is an example of 10 countries we shortlisted for short and medium duration storage based on certain screening parameters and rationale. And we have published this report released it in the Clean Energy Ministerial 2 months back. And if you click on the front runners again, go back. Yes, and this is the long duration energy storage. And I'm very happy that Julia is here with us. She was the reviewer for our report. And thank you so much, Julia, for your time in reviewing our report. This report, again, was launched at the Clean Energy Ministerial 2 months back. So going back to the parent slide, solar EV ecosystem readiness assessment framework is something we have developed for, we have analyzed 64 LDC and SIDS member countries of ISA using this framework, where we have analyzed solar ferry, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, and small car segments for LDC and SIDS. And we have ranked them in different buckets based on the framework that we have developed, taking 13 critical screening parameters. And they are for policy and regulatory analysis, business cases, and also technology landscape-based scenarios. So going back, if you come to the ecosystem readiness assessment, This is the first exercise we did in green hydrogen, and we launched this report and framework in COP Sharm el Sheikh in 2022. This is again, we analyzed around 40 or 45 member countries, put them in 4 buckets based on the, their evaluation done on screening parameters that you see on the screen. And this actually framework is very instrumental for us, because if you see on the right side of the slide, these are the deep dives we have done for at least 17 countries across our member regions. Using this framework, we have analyzed the pros and cons, opportunities and challenges, and how the countries fare on different aspects across the green hydrogen value chain. Now, going back to the parent slide, please. If you go back to the thing, yes. So that's about, what we have done in terms of country prioritization. Analytics and advocacy is another thing that we take very seriously. We have, as I speak, we have trained around 35 countries across regions. If you click on the Cairo, this is the 14 to 15 countries across Africa and Latin America. We trained under GHIC. I'll tell you about that, the platform. So these are the policymakers from 14 or 15 member countries. We had 1 week long intense in-person residential training for green hydrogen. And then if you click on the New Delhi, this is the group we trained last year in October in Delhi, Asia Pacific, and LAC, few countries, and also few Indian states. If you click on the toolkit development, going back to the parent slide, yes. These are the 4 tools we developed for green hydrogen, and we launched it. It is freely available. It's very user-friendly. Very soon, we are going to train our countries in using this tool. They are related to green hydrogen production cost assessment, green hydrogen carbon accounting, green hydrogen project ecosystem readiness assessment, how the country is ready, and also green hydrogen. Risk assessment, yes. Now, if you just go to the Sunrise platform, this is one of the last slide here. We launched this platform. This is the basically a circular economy based platform, which enables ISA member countries build a circular solar and battery future, where every solar panel and battery is designed, deployed, and recovered responsibly. And this was launched just few weeks back in our assembly, and we have a full-fledged session on this in the next week at COP. So so if you click on GHIC, this is our mother platform, you can say, for green hydrogen. Just to give you an example of capacity building, this is Center of Excellence we created with partnership with ADB and G20. Of course, MNRE was a core partner in this, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And this is a one-stop platform for all the information about green hydrogen. As I speak, we have mapped around 75 countries in pre-deep dive insights, and you can just have a look at that. The website is given on the bottom left corner. And so that's where we are right now. Now, just 1 minute. At this point, I would like to introduce my colleague, Pragya Gupta. She is with us online from India to make a very special announcement. Pragya is the lead of SolarX Startup Challenge and has helped in creating an ecosystem of startup for ISA. She is resource mobilization and financial specialist. Over to you, Pragya. Can you see us?
Yes, I can see you, Mridula ji, and thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, Mathur sir, Mridula ji, ISA team, and fellow entrepreneurs and people who've joined us from across the globe today. But before we curtain raise and announce the Startup Challenge for Hydrogen and Storage, let me also take a little step back in the prize of ISA's journey to promote innovation across the globe. We're very fortunate that today we have Dr. Mathur with us, as this journey actually started off under his leadership at COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh, wherein we announced the SolarX Startup Challenge to promote solar innovations in Africa. And after conducting successful editions in Africa, APAC, including India, and LATAM, whose winners are going to be announced later this week, we thought of venturing into this new and innovative, I would say, domain of promoting green hydrogen. As we all know that the world is transitioning towards a low carbon economy, green hydrogen is emerging as a promising alternative to fossil fuels. But despite the promising nature, the green hydrogen also faces significant challenges, including high production costs, limited infrastructure, scalability. And that's where we thought that ISA could provide a platform for nurturing these innovators from across the globe. The Green Hydrogen Startup Challenge invites all startups to develop solutions that address these challenges and unlock the full potential to actually make this a green hydrogen hub. May I now request Mathur sir, Mridula ji, Felipe, my ISA colleagues, and other esteemed panelists to join us in giving a round of applause as we proudly announce the Green Hydrogen and Storage Startup Challenge 2026, and let's unveil it by actually having a little curtain raise. So maybe, Raj, if I can invite you to do a little curtain raise for the Green Hydrogen and Storage Startup Challenge 2026. I'm hoping we all can see the screen. And this is what the 2026 Green Hydrogen Startup Challenge is actually going to look like. We've got storage also inclusive in this challenge next year. It is a global challenge. It will be open to all participants across the world. Like the success of SolarX, we are also hoping to get very innovative and very new promising startups in this domain, and we would give them an access to financial funding as a one-time grant. We would also create a pool wherein they would be talking to world-class mentors, and finally having a little hub wherein an acceleration program would also be announced for the green hydrogen and storage startups from the globe. Next slide. These are the little timelines that we have in mind as we announce the challenge today. We are also going to be opening the call for applications in Q1 2026 next year. We would be shortlisting and technically evaluating the startups that we receive in the form of entries through a global evaluation technical committee. We'll have a steering group which will shortlist the entries accordingly. And finally, we will be announcing the winners at COP31 later next year. So this is the announcement of the Green Hydrogen and Storage Challenge 2026. And Mridula ji, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pragya. So can I request the panel to please help us in launching our green hydrogen World Outlook Executive Summary. This is part of our annual deliverable in the GHIC. Ramanshu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another launch here by Shakti Foundation. It's a soft launch. And can I call Ramanshu Ganguly of Shakti Foundation to please launch it on the screen? Yes.
Hi. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just take a couple of minutes to take you through the primary concept behind the work that we'll be doing. Again, it bases on the fact that agriculture has been the core backbone of the global South economy, but also it's one of the most vulnerable sectors in the global South economy with climate, very, very vulnerable to climate change impacts. But if you look at the major problem, it's, I think, the inequitability in the productivity that we see between the global South agriculture and the global North agriculture. And what we've realized, the major issue is the extent of mechanization that that exists between the global South and the global North agricultural systems. And the core factor is the extent of mechanization that gets derailed to the primarily because of the inequitable access of electricity that's there between the global South and the global North. And that's where our solution comes in. And how do we make solar power as the great equalizer for as a great equalizer for agriculture? Yeah. So basically, this is what we are proposing. It's talking about an interconnected loop system that not only powers agriculture but also accelerates rural livelihoods. Essentially, the solution that we are trying to talk about over here is to look at various on-farm and off-farm applications of solar energy that like right from a pre-sowing stage where we're talking about electric tractors to on-farm activities in terms of agrophotovoltaics, in terms of electric pumps, to off-farm situation where we can look at the cold chains and the processing units come in. This was an idea that we had tabled last year in Baku, and this year the idea was to do a deeper dive and to focus on looking at the potential for developing a transformative pathway through this coupling. Again, the focus has been 8 ISA member countries across global South regions. Essentially, the reason that we are looking at these 8 countries is because they present a contextual similarity in terms of the position that agriculture plays in the overall economy in those countries, but also the kind of climate vulnerability that they place in. Yeah, I mean, just talking about the kind of the similarities that exist and the kind of already the initiatives that have taken place over here. Essentially, I'm just trying to expedite my presentation over here. But what this paper primarily talks about is the way we can actually integrate this entire approach, looking at policy integration at one point, bringing up innovative business models, technology enablement. How do we strengthen the entire ecosystem, and how do we overlay an equity and overall equity in this powering up the rural, the farm livelihoods and the rural livelihoods element through solar energy. And with this, I would like to launch our report, which is going to be put up on the ISA platform very soon. This is a context brief that we have looked at. Great. Thank you. The next steps that we are essentially trying to look at from here is the few actions that we'll do. We're looking at market sizing and country level consultations, the country specific pathway, looking at collaborations and knowledge exchange. Then we would be looking at policy integration and country level engagement, and ending up with the stakeholder engagement. Essentially trying to look at these country specific pathways on how do we use solar energy to power up agriculture, which in the sense can accelerate the rural economy. With this, I'll hand it over to you, Mridula, and perhaps.
Thank you, Ramanshu. We now transition into the panel discussion, please. We are delighted to have a very illustrious panel today consisting of representatives from MDP, private sector, think tanks, global clean energy platforms. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Mathur, our moderator for this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mridula. I hope you can hear me. I know that the air conditioning ducts are right here, and so I have to compete against them, but I will be loud enough. We have Ian online, and we have got an excellent panel consisting of Ramanshu, Pawan, Julia, and Stephanie. Stephanie has to leave a little bit early. But to lead her, Ian, I was planning to ask you, but I'll start with Stephanie. Stephanie is the global director for the Drive to Zero. And my first question to you is about public-private collaboration. When we are talking about accelerating the deployment of clean technologies, what are the successful models that you can talk about in terms of moving towards success?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Murtha, and it's good to be with you all. So as Dr. Murtha said, Drive to Zero co-leads with the government of Colombia, the Global Memorandum of Understanding on Zero Emission Medium and Heavy Duty Vehicles, so trucks and buses. So we work together with 42 nations representing roughly 1 in every 5 medium and heavy duty vehicles that are on the road. That represents around 43% of the world's GDP. And it's great to have the signatures on a lovely sheet of paper expressing a commitment, but I'll tell you what matters, and that is the community of trust and the community of practice. And that community is supported by over 270 industry, subnational government, and other partners. That community of countries and the private sector all work together steadily by sharing information, building capacity, and being very honest about the challenges they face and the solutions that are working in their varied geographies and ways that they can be adapted to really problem solve and work through together. So I would say that we feel we have hit on a really successful model because we spend a lot of time fostering those direct relationships and creating space for the real stories, the real projects on the ground of the charging stations, the increased utilization, the fleets that are putting in motion the zero emission trucks and buses to accelerate those actions across economies.
Stephanie, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. You obviously would like to replicate this across the world. And as you replicated, one of the key issues that you've yourself mentioned is about capacity building, about scale, about getting people to learn about these things and adopt them. And the kinds of, you would obviously need apps about where to put the charging infrastructure. So what is it that you are looking at on replicating successful models across regions and sectors on network-based learning?
So I think one thing that we find, right, is that there are lessons to translate between global north and global south. So when we look at India, there are tremendous models of demand aggregation and procurement. When we look in the US along the East Coast, when we look throughout Europe, what we see are networks of infrastructure that have been identified. So actual routes from ports, highways to hubs, and the ability to replicate the kind of planning because it's involved. There are many different collaborators, and we are in this era where different stakeholders that have never needed to learn each other's language now must,
Yes.
right? It doesn't work anymore for those in the transport sector to be in a silo, those in the energy sector to be in a separate one. And so translating between the two, finding ways to have a common knowledge I think enables the most expeditious opportunities for not just networking, but effective networking and then building those capacities to replicate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephanie. If you're still here and if I can come back to you, I'll follow up. But meanwhile, let me turn to you, Ian. Ian, you and I have known each other for a long time. And one of the issues that I am constantly worried about is when will perovskite-based cells come to the market? Will the stability issues continue to bother us for a long time, or do you think they're on the verge of being solved? What is needed for these perovskite-based tandem cells to become serious contenders alongside silicon PV?
All right, thank you very much for this question, and thank you for having me on the panel. I apologize for not being there in person. I hope you can hear me well while I answer this online. So let me start this with saying that we have an absolute amazing community working on photovoltaic technology. Photovoltaic technology is the energy technology that has developed faster than any other technology in the history of any energy technology that we ever had, right? It has been getting cheaper, it has been getting better at a pace that is unprecedented. So, and the IPCC has, for example, recognized this as pointing out that solar energy is the best method that we have in order to address climate change. Of all the technologies that are out there, it has the highest potential in doing and allow us to address climate change at the lowest cost possible. And a continuation of this development are the perovskite silicon tandem solar cells and the perovskite solar cells that you have mentioned. Now, these are facing tremendous challenges in terms of stability, and we have to overcome them in order to build this up as a second technology or as an additional technology in addition to silicon, cadmium telluride, and CIGS that is out there. The major challenge is that we have to make these cells more stable and more reliable. I have to say that we have done this in the past already. So other cell technology has also faced challenges with stabilities, and we have every time been able to do this with all the technologies that are commercialized yet. So perovskite solar cells are already commercially available. Oxford PV, for example, is already selling perovskite silicon tandem solar cells, and there are a few companies in China that are selling the single junction solar cells and tandem solar cells already. These are not as good or as stable as the current silicon technology, but with kind of the tremendous creativity that we have in the community, if there's a physical solution to this problem, that we will find it, and we will find it in the next few years.
Thank you.
What we need to do,
Ian,
what we need to do is to continue our work on it, continue research on it.
Yes,
That's the important message.
Yes, undoubtedly. And I'm absolutely, I remain optimistic that we will find solutions. But let me ask you, this session is about integrated technologies. So whether it's building PV or whether it is agri-PV or floating solar, what would it take in policy, in regulation, in business models to make these kinds of integrations not only technically viable, but also socially and economically attractive for widespread adoption?
That's a very good question. So far, the attraction of solar energy has become of the price. Solar energy is the cheapest way to generate electricity. And we have so far done this mostly with large solar panels that are installed on fields and or integrated into buildings. Some of those things exist. One of the advantages that we have with these new upcoming technologies with perovskite is that we can relatively easily coat any type of surface that we want with them. So we have we are able to more easily integrate solar cells into other functions as well. I have seen only in the last couple of days an announcement, for example, from Mercedes-Benz that they have developed a coating with which they can coat an entire car and integrate solar into the surface of that car without you would even notice that solar is there. So my answer to this, but be careful, I am a researcher, so this is probably my go-to answer, is that the technical development that we have, right, the ability to adapt to new functionalities and to new needs is probably the strongest currency we have there, in order to make this more easily usable for people who want to apply that. And in terms of the policies that you've asked about this, I think this is very important that we have the right policies that allow the technology to develop into new markets and that basically don't disturb it from getting there. I would say that that's the most important thing that we can do.
Okay. So, Ian, I completely agree with you. I am now, after leaving ISC, I'm with the School of Public Policy in IIT Delhi. And one of the issues that we constantly come along is the issue of regulation and therefore of specification of standards. And I look forward to continue to speak to you about them. Let me now
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Julia, one of the challenges that we have is that solar energy, when the sun is available, is the cheapest form of electricity in most geographies in the world. But especially for developing countries, it becomes very important that it is the cheapest form of electricity at all times. That means even at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the sun is not available. And long duration energy storage becomes a key issue. So can we hear from you, particularly as far as developing countries and the small island states are concerned, what are you seeing as far as the development of the long duration energy storage and grid availability or grid flexibility is concerned?
Great question. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today with ISA. Congratulations on your executive summary for green hydrogen, but also on your challenge initiative for hydrogen and storage. This is a great signal. We're really looking forward to the awards being announced next year at COP. Again, it's the partnerships that Stephanie was talking about to really kind of connect these silos, because that's how we fill in those gaps at 3 a.m. Long duration storage, as we define it, is 8 hours plus, but it incorporates all the different types of long duration storage. So every element on the periodic table, zinc and vanadium, lithium ion, we're looking at thermal energy storage, so the rocks, the salts, the bricks, the cement, and we're looking at the mechanical, so liquid air, pumped storage, compressed air, and they're looking at chemical, so hydrogen. So it's really great that we have this diversity to pull from, because around the world, different things are going to work in different areas. We have long duration energy storage deployed today on various islands, either replacing backup diesel generators because it's cost effective, and we can help hospitals and community centers run 24/7, because long duration storage takes that excess solar and holds on to it for days, weeks, months, and even years with almost minimal loss. And so this is a huge savings right there to then bring cost parity to communities around the world. In addition to islands using batteries for backup diesel generators, we have thermal energy storage replacing refineries or they're at ports, and they're working with charging infrastructure. We also have markets that are trying to support the criteria and revenue payments for long duration storage. We're working on this in India with fellow partners in Terry, but we're also looking at, what can we do in emerging areas? In South Africa, industrial zone, great area to bring long duration storage and solar together to give that 24/7 clean heat and clean steam. Another example with the agricultural example earlier, long duration storage can help greenhouses. So every single part of every single community can have long duration storage. It's really getting the signals to match up where we can really make sure that markets or contracts or power purchase agreements align to give the value add. So we need those market signals. We need the right criteria and financial agreements. And then we need to make sure that we really can build these supply chains, because we have the long duration storage. We have to get it to scale and provide that flexibility.
Julia, I am a demand person. If you create demand, supply will follow.
Great.
Okay. And
Great.
to me, as I told earlier, I am with the School of Public Policy. So I look at everything from a public policy lens these days. In India, we've been relatively successful by changing the policy so that we only ask for round the clock, different words, but essentially round the clock renewable energy supply. 2024 was relatively successful in as much as we got round the clock supply, solar plus wind plus storage, which costed less than coal capacity built at the same time. What are the kinds of policy frameworks you think from the LTES Council point of view? And may I also suggest international collaborations that may be needed to accelerate the deployment of these integrated solar and storage technologies?
We definitely know that there are 3 to 5 different pathways that work for different countries. So in India, for example, having a storage target works because it brings financial certainty in regulatory markets. In India, it's great that you have a pumped hydro and a short duration, but there is no specific long duration or storage target. There's no resource adequacy value to really demonstrate to give that round the clock. If that was in policy today, there would be more and more companies in India wanting to grow and more international investors wanting to come to the marketplace. And we look forward to working on developing this. There also is the market criteria. If a market is set up, does it pay for black start? Does it pay for inertia? Does it pay for all these other services? And right now, the criteria isn't set up to pay for this. So that would be another avenue to help. What's also great is that India is doing both parallel pathways of R&D development with building market certainty. And that's also really important to continue the long-term planning. We don't want this to be a 5-year thing and it's done. As you point out, the need is there, AJ. So we need the market to continue to grow and expand. And building standards. Standardization really helps, but we need standards to address the diversity. Don't put it all in one silo. And so in the last point, I would just share that we need cost of capital come down. And it's that public-private partnerships. There are many industries who want to participate, but private financing is very risk averse still to this day. And they need to de-risk the transition. So how do you tie in sets of security with de-risking a transition? How do you tie in whether it be like federal funds, global funds, development banks to private banks? Having more of those linkages to improve the value stack. It's all about blended finance and the value stack capability. So we have metrics, we have financing, we just need the right policies to continue to support the advancement of LDES deployment.
So Julia, this is something on which we will continue our discussion. I'm very interested in what are the kinds of specifications that you would put in the auctions, in the tenders, in order to meet this. But that is a conversation that we will continue. Pawan, let me talk to you about green hydrogen in particular and focus on the gray and green hydrogen. There's clearly our current problem is the premium between gray and green hydrogen. What are the kinds of R&D innovating financing instruments that could meet the, that could meet this ultimate goal and help us in bringing green hydrogen into the market?
Thank you. Looks like I am the loudest here. You all can hear. But Professor Mathur, if you can give me a moment, I also wanted to build up on what Julian was saying about the BESS, because I think it's a very interesting transition I wanted to. And then I'll come to the R&D of the hydrogen. So I think one thing for the BESS was, Julian, as you were saying, that what is it trying to do, right? What ancillary service? Is it capacity deferral? Is it infrastructural deferral? Is it the T&D? Is it the black start, or the frequency regulation and voltage support?
Correct.
And I think 2 things what we need is, one is a market framework that we were talking about, but also I would say is the transparent price discovery that we really to do. There are 3 examples which I wanted to quote. One was this capacity payments, which Italy actually launched. So it actually auctions is out and you're able to do in kind of for the frequency regulation. So they are able to understand that it's awarded through competitive auction. So that is what it's doing in Italy. One example from Greece was also they were doing this capital expenditure support and guaranteeing targeted revenue through a contract for different schemes supported by the EU Commission. So I think what we also need to look is how are these new schemes emerging? Because for BESS to really grow, it also has to be seen as not as a standalone, but also how do you see integrated, and then you derive the value for BESS with this kind of mechanism. So I think that was anyway one of my points that I wanted to add when we are talking about the BESS itself. But when we talk about hydrogen, and specifically getting to India, the price discovery in the last two contracts that have happened with green ammonia have lasted between 3.77 to 3.86 per kg. So that is the price that we have really discovered. So a premium is still attached to it. And where the R&D innovation happens is in these 4-5 areas. One is, I think, improving electrolyzer efficiency. The second is also reducing the dependence on critical minerals. I think that is one key area when we are talking about for lowering the loading in catalysts. Third is advancing the thinner membranes and stack components and developing cheaper, I think, indigenously made alternatives, because a lot of these parts we are importing right now, and unless we really focus on membranes, these efficiencies and critical minerals, and really rebuild some of these electrolyzers, I think we will face this challenge. The second point I wanted to talk about was also enabling R&D needs to also enable financial ecosystem, and that how do we really get venture capital participation into, coupled with creation of dedicated innovation and R&D funding a mechanism, which actually has to be jointly seen as a combination of what industry and academia and government are really trying to do. Because right now there's a lot of funding coming for government, but how do you really bring VC funding into this? Because these are little very long term.
Yes.
They're not going to be short term. So how do we really create that mechanism for cost reduction and also ensuring that technology maturation? And I think we drive innovation because we are really talking about demonstration projects, and how do we really, and they're going remaining very slow when we are really talking about in the green hydrogen space. We also need to recognize that R&D comes with long gestation periods. I think that is not being recognized, and it's not something you can do in a year or two. I mean, really, we really need to look at a little bit of 5 to 10 years when we're talking about the R&D, the way the innovation schemes in R&D are also designed, because it's, and look at more from R&D for the application in the industry, and not just from what is at a TRL level of 1 to 3, but the R&D also needs to focus on TRL 4 to 7, because then that can go for
That's-
commercialization.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to come back to you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Stephanie, are you on your way out? Thanks so much. So I will come back to you because what I want to talk about, what are the kinds of things that can help this? And in my own view, if you link procurement and performance. So for example, I'm going to give a very simple example. The best solar cells that we have in the market today are 24% efficiency. So you say by 2030, I want them to be 27% efficient, else I will not procure. By 2035, I want them to be 30% efficient, or I will not procure. Linking, so ensuring that there's demand at the end, and ensuring that there is a particular performance could be a way of making this kind of R&D investment viable. But I'll come back to you on that. But Ramanshu, we were very lucky that you released the report on farm mechanization earlier at the top of this session. Let me ask you that as far as farm mechanization is concerned, I didn't have a chance to read the report. But if you're talking of electric pumps, electric tractors, decentralized cold storage, things that ISA is very interested in. Now, how can they reshape productivity on the one hand, farm productivity on the one hand, energy security on the second hand, and if we have three hands, then we are talking also of income stability, not just income increase, but income stability. Ramanshu, all yours.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Mathur, for this very critical question. So I'll just take a step back and talk about the core essence of farm mechanization. It's not just about, perhaps the transfer of technology, but it's around making agriculture a lot more efficient, a lot more productive, and a lot more inclusive. For instance, if we start talking about electric tractors, again, I'm just traversing the entire cropping life cycle. So traversing the path from electric tractors, it's not just about enhancing or adding another layer of farm mechanization over there, but also bringing an additional layer of people into the farms.
Absolutely.
Our field visits across various states in India have shown that the traditional tractor design does not let women be a part of the farm, the farm mechanization process, but electric tractors, it does actually make that piece there. Agri-photo.
and allows the tractors to be smaller.
Exactly. So you're getting a fresh and making an invisible workforce of agriculture a lot more visible over there. So that's an immense push around the entire farm productivity space. Agri-photovoltaics, we are at a very early stage in India around agri-photovoltaics, but it has an immense potential. India is right now at the cusp of doing a transition from a very cereal-based cropping profile to more market-based cropping profile. Agri-photovoltaic can bring that transition, can nudge that transition, plus providing the entire additional power requirements that could be brought into closer to the farms. A major problem that we see with our smallholder farmers, and India is home to around 65% are smallholder farmers. The major issue is that the value chain is not located near the farms; they are further down the line.
Yeah, yeah.
So the entire power source getting located at the farms brings the value chain closer to the farms, which not only increases the income but also makes that potential for stabilizing income, because that's one way that you can actually create this transition. We have seen quite a few success stories around solar pumps, but another aspect that comes in is around the cold storage.
Right.
We lose around a quarter of our production to food wastage. That's a quarter of income that's going away. Now we have storages, which not only adds that another 25% odd additional income to the farming household, but more than that, because then you can actually time your produce to the market. So that way we can actually see it's, energy is not just about transfer of technology to the farms, but also increasing the returns from the farms.
Himanshu, I'm deeply interested in this, particularly because I run a small farm. Now, one of the challenges that I do have is about local employment. This would obviously enhance local employment. But you are Shakti. You are the font of philanthropic capital in this region. How can philanthropic capital help in the kind of demonstration projects which can pull these kinds of technologies into the market?
So I'll keep my answer very short over here. I think the role that philanthropy can play here is to provide that patient capital.
Okay.
More often than not, and Pawan, your point also, is that most of the time when there are investments, we are looking at very short-term results. But here, when we talk about, say, farm mechanization, we are talking about results at a very long-term duration. It's around those larger outcome-level shifts that we need to look at. And for that, patient capital is needed. For that, we need investments that are open to risks of identifying not only what's working, but also what's not working. Because at the end, if you're talking about scalable solutions, it is important for us to understand what is not working before we end up making wrong investments, before we start getting the VCs into it. So I think that's where philanthropy can come in to provide that patient capital, as well as philanthropy can work with a lot of, because again, I'm moving into the topic of farm mechanization, which also needs a lot of financing to the smallholders, or in general, financing to the farming communities that would come in. And there you need some level of first loss guarantee to the MFIs that could come in order to see that these technologies can be tested or not. I think that's where philanthropy can come in, and I feel that's the role and the responsibility of philanthropy to provide that cushion for experimenting scalable solutions.
Okay. So, Himanshu, there's a huge amount that we have to talk. But let me, we are not having Kate Hughes is unable to come. But let me open this up for any kinds of questions. And if I can get a show of hands, it will allow me to manage the time better. So if there are any questions, if not, then I'm going to turn to you, Julia, and put you on the mat and follow up. So what is it that you think would be needed in order to bring long duration energy storage into the mix? Where are we as far as commercial, but even the developing kinds of LDES is concerned? How do you think we can bring it into the market?
Great question. I think this is working. Now it's working. Great. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Kind of better. This is better. Oh, way better. Hi, everybody. Great question. And I think it's three-part because we're here at COP. This is a COP of deployment. We need storage and we need long duration storage. but we need to do more education and awareness at the same time if parallel efforts do policy. And the 195 NDCs, 99 mention storage. 20 of them actually mention long duration storage, and 2 have specific LDES targets. Ironically, those are the 2 that don't have them already. We have like 6 other countries that have LDES targets. So we need to have this synergy. So those are great overarching market signals, but we need to make sure that now the financing conversation that's also happening at COP brings in the patient long-term financing to help SIDS, to help different regions of the world match the existing market. We're bankable today. We have projects deployed, but we need to scale them. And so I think it's the awareness of what is working. Why are companies like Heineken using long duration storage? Why are companies like Ørsted or Alfa Laval or even Shell and Total, they're all using long duration storage, that we need to showcase that there's this partnerships here. And the last part on the markets, we've got to get the markets giving the right signals for the policy creation. There are in India and Europe and Latin America, this next year in Brazil, there is an auction for storage. It's a great opportunity for Brazil to do short and long duration storage, because otherwise it will set itself back 5 years and it will cost customers here hundreds of thousands of pesos or dollars. So it's, if you were to deploy 8 terawatts of long duration storage by 2040, which is what we need to meet the 11 terawatts of renewable energy, it's $540 billion a year in savings. We need to talk more about the savings you get when you bring in storage to help solar and wind and be more cost effective. So talk about the savings, keep pushing the policies, make sure these auctions don't forget all of the pieces of the puzzle, bring short and long duration together, keep having industry showcase that we support this and want the need, keep having governments say that the policies would need to be there to support the patient long-term financing. So we all have a role to play, and the table is set. Now we need to really kind of continue to be committed to the impact we're going to make. And storage is a huge part. So thank you for working with us.
Ian, I'm coming back to you. So if I was going to put your personal money, would you put it on technology? Just as Julia did on storage, where would you put your money on solar?
Where would I put my money on solar? Right now, I mean, I have put my money on solar. I actually have invested into solar in cells that are delivering electricity on my house for actually regulatory reasons, and we should talk about this. I don't have the solar panels on my rooftop. I have them in a system somewhere else. But I think one of the best investments you can do in many places is to buy solar panels and to put them on your rooftop for your personal consumption of electricity. And ideally, you combine that. You put it on a solar panel plus a battery that you can use in order to run the appliances in your house. So that would be my investment. Buy something for yourself. Put solar panels on your rooftop.
Ian, that makes great sense. Most of the people in developing countries, including India, have a lot of battery storage in our homes. We have inverters which charge the batteries when the electricity is there, and used to use the electricity from the batteries at times when the grid was not reliable.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason why the batteries cannot be used for PV. Now, what we need to do, I believe, is to create the policies that would help create the virtual power plants, which are so common in your country, for example, in Germany. I would very much like to see that. But I know that we are ending now, and Philippe and Mridula are looking at me with piercing eyes. So, Pawan, I wanted to ask you, but I will talk to you. And Ramanshu, when we meet in Delhi, don't forget the question. So let me thank all of these excellent panelists for this great discussion. We talked of the technology. We talked of the kinds of both the solar technology and the storage technologies. We talked of the kinds of policies which would make that happen. We talked of hydrogen and the kind of hydrogen interventions, that the policy interventions that could help hydrogen. We looked at farm mechanization, the decentralized sector, and saw what is it, where are we today? And Ramanshu, I'm very glad that we are already there today. So I would like to thank all of you and the panelists for this excellent panel discussion. And thank you all very, very much. And thanks to you, Philippe and Mridula, for making this happen.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your support, as always, and guidance received while you were at DG ISA, and you continue to mentor us on our professional journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session. On behalf of the ISA, I extend my sincere gratitude to all esteemed speakers, member country officials, and in-person and online participants for your time, insights, and commitment to driving forward the green energy agenda. Thank you once again. We close the session now. You have a great day.
Yes, yes, yes. Good photo. With all of these people, I need to get a photo, get a contact.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second Sunny Side Up for this particular COP at the ISA Pavilion. And today, I'm delighted to have Benoit Faraco, the Special Envoy for Climate Change Lead Negotiator for France for COP 30. We've designed this around the 10 years of Paris and looking at, climate and solar leadership in action. Paris Agreement was a landmark in collective climate action and a testament for the power of multilateralism. France's leadership was instrumental, Benoit, not only in forging global consensus, but also in sustaining the spirit of cooperation. That still continues to guide the world's climate journey. It was out of the same partnership that we were born, co-initiated by France and India as a symbol of very well-functioning and effective North and South collaboration with a shared responsibility to drive solar revolution across the developing economies. Now, today, as we stand at this decadal juncture, we have organized this fireside chat with you to make it more conversational, particularly around the fact that in a world that is shaped by shifting geopolitics, economic realignments, and accelerating technology advancements, how do we sustain the ambition, strengthen trust, and scale cooperation for a just and resilient energy future? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Benoit Faraco.
Thank you. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. Thank you, Karen, and thanks all for being here today. I mean, we are here to discuss about solar power without any sunshine. So this is my ray of light for today, participating in this event. And I must say I admire ISA also for the choice of the specific location on this pavilion because it's so warm, which demonstrates it's so cool here and not warm like in the French pavilion. which demonstrates that India is very strong in terms of designing and strategizing about resilience. But anyway, no, I'm so happy to be here today because, of course, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and also the 10th anniversary of the International Solar Alliance, even if we have to recognize that it has been launched officially in India a little bit after, during an official visit of President Macron and President Modi, but the very design of ISA by India, to be honest, which came and presented us this partnership was in Paris in the of the COP. And I think two elements. First of all, we should and take a minute to reflect on what we have accomplished. 10 years ago, if you wanted to power the world, the best solution was coal. No, it's solar. Thanks to our collective work. Not us, of course. I mean, the market, the industry has been providing tremendous progress in this direction. But if today solar is cheaper than coal everywhere in the planet, in Africa, in Asia, in India, in Europe, in the US also, it's also because over the last 10 years, we have worked together under the International Solar Alliance. And I was in the assembly, like, I don't remember, 10 days, 12 days ago, 15 days ago in New Delhi. And it was amazing to see more than 120 countries gather all together to not only celebrate success, but also set up the way forward. So let's be proud of what we've accomplished together, because it demonstrates also that we were not only visionary in terms of sectors, we were also visionary in terms of design. I mean, you all heard President Lula here in Belém saying, hey guys, this COP is about implementation, but come on, Lula, we have started 10 years ago in Paris, France and India together on solar, because ISA was about implementation. And so I think that's a very good element to demonstrate here in this COP that international cooperation works and will continue to work over the next decade.
No, thank you, Benno. And I think it's a testament that ISA as an initiative, that was born out of the Paris Agreement is still here to stay. I will ask you a future-looking question. France was the anchor of the Paris Agreement. We are here 10 years later at COP30 being positioned as the COP of implementation. What's the next frontier for climate leadership? How do we turn raising ambition into real transformation on the ground?
So I think, I've been engaged in this climate negotiation well before Paris. I was in the Laurence Fabius team designing the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, but my very first COP was in actually not far from here, or quite far, in Buenos Aires, 2003. And I've lived into participating to 20 COP or something like that. And we need probably different COPs right now, because we all have the objective. All the objective have been put on the table in the Paris Agreement. We have also an objective on finance decided last year in Baku. We have also very important objective related to adaptation to be adopted here, but it's not time anymore for negotiation in a way, because we don't negotiate solar, we don't negotiate renewable, and that's probably the big problem of these COPs. So if we try to imagine what will be critical and what can we do together over the next 10 years, and I think that's why International Solar Alliance is well positioned in this context, is to be very more specific on topics, sectors, and spend less time in international meeting and more time at home, driving partnership with country. And it's probably a different job. It's more technical, discussing about like the real concrete financial implication. What does it mean to bring solar to poor community in Africa, for instance? You will not solve it here because negotiators are not able to do that. But we in the ISA, with all the programs, with StarC and so on, we can do this job, which is so powerful. And the idea for me for the next decade in terms of COP is us guy coming back every 2-3 years and say, this is what we have delivered and this is what we need negotiation for. We need new finance system in order to be more efficient. we need a conversation about grid integration because we need technical cooperation on this topic, and to ask the COP, what do we need to be more powerful? That's for me the future of COPs.
Wow, that is very, very interesting, Benno. And this is, you know, it's leading us into something that ISA is working on for the next year's AI Summit, where I think at the beginning of this year, there was the French summit looked at AI,
In Paris, yeah.
energy, you know, for AI. And this time we are looking at the AI usage for energy, and that's where some of the implementation parts go in. But you touched upon the importance of, you know, the geopolitics that is changing, and also the future of climate finance. You know, the landscape is changing fast. The numbers are in trillions, concessional flows to strategic investments, and from solidarity to influence. Now, in a world which is increasingly driven by these changing geopolitics, where do you see the climate finance story heading? Will it remain a tool of solidarity, or is it evolving into a new instrument of influence and power?
Wow, complex question. I hope you have 1 hour to spend to discuss together on this one. Now, maybe quick comment to reflect on what you said on what do we want to achieve. And I mean, it was very interesting to see in the General Assembly of ISA this basic fact. We needed like 20 years to set up the first 1,000 gigawatt of solar, and only 2 years to deploy to double. And when we compare this with the objectives we set up in Dubai about doubling or doubling energy efficiency, tripling renewable, we have the power to do so. And so the big question for me is, what will be the role of our alliance in this context? Because I was saying at the beginning, today, solar is the cheapest energy in the world. Fact. Demonstrated, and that's why even in countries who are not part of the Paris Agreement, they are still trying to deploy solar panel, not for climate, but just for business. So if it's bankable, what do we do about climate finance? Do we need more money? Do we need more resources to meet our target of tripling renewable energy? And do we need, at the end of the day, international solar alliance? Because the job is almost done. I mean, it's bankable. We have the technology, but I think that there are still challenges connected to climate finance and international cooperation. First one, I think that tripling renewable is not only about meeting our climate target and also give access to the community who have not access to energy yet, but it's also building like domestic value chains. Meaning that we need to have in India, in Europe, in Africa, all the value chain for solar panel. Gigafactories, recycling of batteries, because we know that the storage is a quite important player in this field, and that we want to have an open market for all these elements. Otherwise, you give the benefits of giving access to power to people, but you don't share with them the co-benefits of having a whole industrial supply chain based domestically or regionally. Of course, we can cooperate. We don't have all the same critical minerals. We don't have the same capacities in grids and so on. But I think in terms of climate justice, we need a more open market for this industry and more supply chains that will not only bring climate solution, but also will comfort energy sovereignty everyone. Because, I mean, if you are too dependent from one specific country or region for your solar panel, for your critical material, for your batteries, for grid supply, at the end of the day, it's not working as well as it could, and it does not serve the principle of climate justice. So I think that's one of my priority. And I think climate finance in particular should help us to do that, to build a strong industry around the value chain of solar in India, in particular in Africa, and it's our collective target. India and France really wants to make this kind of investment in Africa, because I think that there is more to win in international collaboration if we proceed this way by supporting all investment in the value chain. My last point would be on grids. Of course, grids will be needed. We will need to be able to connect all the data center related to artificial intelligence, with a region where we can produce massive amount of solar panels. And for that also, we need investment because it's infrastructure and we need to build resilient infrastructure. That means climate solidarity and climate justice. So yes, we need international solar alliance and we will need more public and private money to deliver our goals.
So Benoit, that actually is a great segue into my next question, that as the ISA, born out of a very successful India-France collaboration, is become a model for Global South leadership and an action-oriented vehicle. If today at the decadal juncture of Paris, you were to advise us on the top 2 or 3 things we could look on for the next 10 years, what would those advices be?
So first, digital economy, meaning it's not only solar production for artificial intelligence, but it's also artificial intelligence for solar and renewable. I think that's the top priority. I know India is well positioned too, and I think that under the ISA, we will have a lot of collaboration, including preparing the next Artificial Intelligence Summit in Delhi in February, I guess. There is so many innovations that can be super high tech, but also super low tech. And this is a very strong opportunity for us to lay the ground for, this is the next big thing, to be honest. And I think that we can also seize this opportunity to bring also more private finance on the table for solar. I mean, those guys who want to implement data center in Africa, in India, in Europe, in Asia, they want to be part also of financing our infrastructure related to transport of power, recycling of solar panel and so on, because they are so craving for energy that they will want to share part of this value. So that would be my first priority. Second one, definitely collaboration on critical raw materials. Definitely, it's something that is not working as it should right now. And I think in a sense, it helps us to go in depth in the added value. And last but not least, and I'm very proud of the work which has been done with the under the International Solar Alliance on trainings and skills. Because I will give you a small example, not related to solar, sorry, but to wind. 10 years ago, with the French Cooperation Agency, we struggled to install in Ethiopia one of the biggest wind farm at the time. And I went back to the team because I was in Addis like 2 months ago, and they were like, it's not working at all because you forgot to basically bring the skills in the community. So no Ethiopian were able to understand this particular technology, to repair it when we have a problem. And it was so shameful. We have put a lot of capital in this project. And at the end of the day, it's not delivering power to the people. Investment have been made, like 90% of the investment has been made, and the remaining 10% were missing, and it creates frustration everywhere. I, as a French cooperation agent, I lost money. People in Ethiopia, they lost the capacity to get access to electricity. And with initiatives such as Tausi, we are doing exactly the last 10%, which are critical if we want to enhance international collaboration.
So this is really satisfying and validates some of our new vision, which moves from ambition to action.
Yeah.
And you would have seen that at our assembly also. But Benoit, let me now take you back to the climate process. And the French COP in 2015 was an epitome of multilateralism. But today, the global climate process faces a growing trust deficit. Between the developed and the developing, the promises and the delivery, ambition and equity. But somebody like me, who is an ardent supporter of a multilateral process, I think it remains as the only credible pathway for coordinated climate action. Now, if trust deficit has crept into this multilateral process between words and action, from your vantage point, how do we restore the confidence in this multilateral process?
No, that's a very sensitive question. You're absolutely right. I think, well, to be honest, when I go back to negotiation room, because I'm also the lead negotiator for France, sometimes it's difficult. It's difficult to see so many mistrust between parties. And even if as a European, a French citizen, I'm proud of what we do as European on behalf of the name of Paris. I mean, Europe is about 40 to 45% of climate finance. We are part of all the mechanisms, the adaptation fund, the loss and damage fund. We try to do our best, and we have a brand new contribution that is basically based on science. So we are respecting the principle of the Paris Agreement, and we invite all the parties to do so because it's so important. You're absolutely right. I mean, if we don't have coordinated action at the international level, it's going to be tricky. But we must not forget that even if sometime in this negotiation room, it's complicated, we have allies. We have allies outside of the negotiation room. And for me, it was a big difference between this COP and Paris COP like 10 years ago is that the business is on our side for two reasons. First reason, no company wants to live in a world with +4 degrees. Because even producing electricity with solar panel in a world with +4 degrees will be complicated. We will lose a lot of money. Everyone will lose. No one is a winner in this scenario. And business are here also to say we don't like it because it harms the economy. Second element, I think that at the end of the day, there is still a majority of countries in this planet who believe in multilateralism. It's completely different issue, but we organized in Nice in June, a big conference, UN conference on ocean. And it was amazing to see that in like 6 months, we were able to manage to get the ratification for the treaty on the IC, which will help us to create international, marine protected area in international waters in the IC. Having this kind of commitments from a lot of partners coming from the global south, coming from the north, saying we have a problem, let's solve it together, let's create a treaty and validate it, and it will enter into force by the end of the year, demonstrate that we can do it. We can continue on multilateralism, it's working. So I'm quite certain that because Belém will be probably the beginning of a new cycle, we will have next steps. We will probably have a COP in India at a certain extent, if it's a possibility in 3 years. I think we do not have to overreact to those who don't believe in multilateralism. We are strong enough. India, France, South Africa, Brazil, we are all committed and we are big emitters. We have also a strong engagement to move this negotiation forward. So let's not despair and let's try to bring here back in Belém the spirit of Paris, which is basically big project and very concrete initiative such as ISA.
Oh, thank you, Benoit. I think that was a fantastic answer. It gives you that renewed hope. But let me now move to a personal anecdote. You know, you were closely involved in the Paris COP. And all of us, when we look at the negotiating rooms from the outside, Paris COP was a landmark in climate diplomacy. Now, looking back for you, a personal anecdote or a moment from those negotiations, let's say a late night conversation or a breakthrough moment of, or even a moment of doubt, that still inspires you when you go through this?
No, I mean, I have so many anecdotes about the Paris COP, including a very funny one about at what time do we need to stop serving food in order to force the negotiators, not only because they want to find an agreement, but because they want to go back to the hotel and find a burger or whatever. So it was a very tactical question. We will see if Brazil does the same, but it was part of, you know, bringing very interesting solution and respecting every partner. Laurent Fabius make his point, you are like 0.1% of global emission, like Tuvalu, for instance, or 25 to 30% like China. You have the same voice and you will have the same time of COP presidency. It was very interesting to see that we have this kind of like rules in order to manage the negotiation, and in the same time being very tactical by thinking, hey, if we close the restaurant 2 hours before the agreement, all these negotiators will be forced to accelerate a little bit the negotiation in order to get us the perfect agreement we want to have. So it's both like, you know, very philosophical and geopolitical discussion with more personal approach that at the end of the day serves the result we had in Paris.
No, so sometimes when we are seeing it from the outside, you know, it's very easy to forget the intense diplomacy, the uncertainty, the human aspects to all of this. And, I was at the Paris COP, and I still tell a lot of my friends that the French presidency could do what they could do because of the fantastic food that was there. But Benoit, I could continue for a long, long time, but I think we are running out of time. I think as we mark a decade since Paris and the chart, the path forward, which is more inclusive, action-oriented, technology-driven, France's continued leadership will be vital, not only in ambition, but also for action and supporting institutions like ours. So thank you. Thank you, Benoit, for being here. And, just a pleasure to host you for this.
No, let me thank you once again. I mean, I love what we are doing together. And I think that despite the fact that we are facing headwinds, sometimes this negotiation, when you go back to the ground, when you visit a project led by AISA, but also sometimes led by Brazil in protection of the Amazon forest, you have this very positive feedback of energy that will help us also at the end of the day, I hope, here in Belém to find an agreement that will continue to support multilateralism. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Maybe a question, a burning question or something. We are happy to take it. No, but thank you. Thank you, Benoit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. See you very soon. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all to the session on cooling cities and how we are going to design our future cities and make it more climate resilient and ensuring that we are able to look at how the extreme heats that has emerged as one of the most pressing climate concerns, especially in the cities where, the urban heat island effect is making this issue even more compounding because, the cities are getting heated up and the city temperatures are 3 or 4 degrees higher than the outside. So we all know that urbanization will happen at a very fast pace, especially in the emerging economies. For that, it is very important that we look at it not only as a challenge, but as an opportunity, how we design the cities of future, which have embedded the climate resilient part into our designs as well as the policies. The frequency and the way the adversity of the the heat waves is intensifying year by year, I think we all are witnessing that it is affecting not only the health productivity, but also the kind of energy consumption that may be required in the future cities. And this is going to largely affect the marginalized communities. And when we are talking about the low-income housing groups that are going to be coming up as new cities of tomorrow. So with this in mind, I would like to introduce you to the panel that we have today. But before we begin that, we have a small presentation of what we do. So I would like to invite my colleague Akash Deep from Griha Council to tell you a little bit about the kind of activities that we do at Griha Council and TERI, and how we support the various government initiatives and take forward the implementation framework of climate resilient designs in India. So over to you, Akash.
Thank you, Shabnam, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session on cooling the cities. As Shabnam said, we at Griha Council work closely in India with all the buildings and infrastructure program to measure their impacts of various implementation done for various strategies. So Griha is basically a tool to facilitate evaluation throughout the life cycle of a building or infrastructure, the design, the construction, operation, and maintenance, how they have created these things, and how it can be measured in its sustainability impact. It is created by a ministry which is called the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and TERI, and it was claimed as a national green building rating for our country, and we are implementing it to measure carbon emission reduction in the built environment. The basic principle is what gets measured gets managed. As we all know, if you want to manage any specific thing, measurement becomes very important. And without measurements, you can't show impact of various measures. As he said, in a building, you have 4 basic stages: design, construction, operation, and maintenance. Griha makes sure the process itself becomes sustainable rather than the output which we are targeting. If the process is sustainable, the end result will automatically be sustainable itself. We have multiple accolades which we have gained throughout the year. We started in 2007, and now with an international rating agencies accepting Griha as one of the evaluation tool to provide incentives, both in terms of financial as well as other incentives. It gives us immense pleasure that its credibility has been accepted throughout the globe now. This is one of the examples which we have from the states in Punjab and in India. Basically, as we all know, cooling is one of the major requirements in our buildings, both in the main across the country itself. So this is one of the very interesting building which has it's 100% passive cooling, so there's no air conditioning. It's designed as a big desert cooler. It has all modern facility. It's an office space for the government over there. It is having a national heating in terms of on the southern facade. And so on the glass facade, which you see, it has heating done throughout the day. There are solar vents which are created on that facade so that the heat which is trapped goes out from the vents and create a negative pressure. What this building does, interestingly, if you see on the top right photographs, they do misting in the central courtyard, which makes sure that the central courtyard becomes cooled automatically. And there's a draft created from that central courtyard to these office spaces because of that heat exhaust being created throughout the day. And that all is that which cools that building throughout the year. So no air conditioning, and it's passively cooled building. The bills for that building is less than 1,000 rupees bucks in a month. So very interesting example. This is also a building which has net positive in terms of water during the monsoon season. During the three months of monsoon, the water is stored and it is reused throughout the building, even for drinking itself. So very good examples how design play a key role in creating our buildings and cities sustainable without an excessive cost, because sustainability is always linked to excessive cost. Sorry. Okay. So these are the impact numbers which have been created by us. So around 6,000 buildings across India are now registered and taking a GRIHA rating, out of which 1,700 buildings are already rated, because of which there are huge numbers which have been created in terms of renewable energy installed in standalone each of the buildings, water saved, energy saved, and carbon emissions saved. And that's basic impact numbers which actually make the whole system very credible for the government and for India to showcase its initiative on the global platforms. And on that, I'll give back the incentives to Shabnam. Thanks. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Akash, for that introduction to GRIHA. And Akash, do we have the slides on the smart surfaces work? So, so this is another project that Terry initiated, and this is a research work. And this is the work that we did with the Smart Surfaces Coalition US, and that was funded by MacArthur Foundation. And the idea of doing this work was that at the city level, we all agree that, be it the cool roofs, the smart roofs, the solar photovoltaics, and the other policies that can help to bring down the city temperature to a great extent. However, they are very generic in form and they are not specific to one city. So this funding that came to us, we use this to develop this analytical engine. The data that we collected from the city, be it the tree covers or be it the kind of water bodies they had, the kind of infrastructure they had. So they all were taken into account and customized solution was prepared for the city. So what helped to develop this was the kind of we brought in all the stakeholders, be the municipal corporation or the city councillors, and it helped us to collect data at that level. And based on this data, and once this gets implemented, the idea is that we will be able to bring down the city temperature to almost 3 degrees once this gets implemented. So this is a small work that I wanted to share with you. And these are the kind of results that we have been able to achieve. And this is a city in India, that's the Bhopal city. And this is a smart city that has, we have tried to incorporate all the features that you see on the side to this city and ensured that we have a customized solution for this city. So I just wanted to bring this to your notice that this is the kind of initiatives that we need at the city level and provide those customized solutions so that we can bring in those implementation at the city levels. So with this, now I would like to introduce my panel to you. So I would like to first introduce the co-host of this session, Karan, to the panel. And Karan has been a climate change professional for over 17 years. And he has specifically worked for over 12 years in energy efficiency and climate change policy advisory and consultancy. He is currently, of course, with ISA as a partnership and strategy specialist. And prior to this, he's worked with World Bank and UNEP. And he has been heading the climate change team at TERI as well. And his responsibilities included providing policy advocacy on climate finance, carbon market, GHG inventories, and of course, energy audits and transition and UNFCCC and Montreal Protocol issues. So I welcome you, Karan, to the panel. No, you can sit down. Thank you, Karan, for joining us for this discussion. Our next panelist is Mr. Kennedy, and Kennedy Methika is currently working at the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development in Kenya, where he holds the position of Deputy Director for Building Safety and Climate Resilience. Additionally, he acts as National Coordinator for issues pertaining to buildings and climate and serves as a senior country representative at the Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Climate, with Kenya is currently the Global Vice Chair. I welcome you to the session. I welcome Grammy Medment, and he has worked in cooling for almost 42 years now and is Professor of Heating and Cooling at London South Bank University, as well as Technical Lead for Cooling at the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero in UK government. He is here representing the International Institute of Refrigeration and the Cool Coalition. I welcome you to the panel also. Next we have Meena Hasman, and she leads the SOM Sustainability and Wellbeing Operations, focusing on long-term vision and strategy for achieving excellence in practice. As the chair of SOM's Climate Action, she oversees and directs the firm's progress on climate action as it relates to its global business operations and projects. As a practice leader of Sustainable Engineer Studio, she spans a wide variety of projects in Europe, UK, Asia, Middle East, and bringing a deeper understanding of implications of sustainable and equitable design in different climatic and social and regulatory contexts. I welcome you also to the panel, please. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Charu. She's the Director at Climate and Clean Energy. Charulata directs the climate and clean energy work at NRDC India, focused on supporting and advancing India's clean energy transition and leading NRDC's India's global climate engagement initiative. She has more than 15 years of experience in climate policy and clean energy and has worked in various sectors on climate change mitigation and adaptation. Charu, welcome you also to the panel. So thank you all for joining us for today's panel discussion. And I'm sure the kind of, the experience that we will share, it will help us to understand. The discussions will practically focus on the pathways and the innovation frameworks to integrate the heat resilient design policy and technology into the urban planning of tomorrow. So with this, my first question would be to my co-partner and co-host to this panel, to Karan. So ISA is a global platform, advancing solar deployment in the member nations, and they play a catalytic role in enabling the policies. So Karan, with your experience, what policy and governance measures would help the industry as well as the countries to ensure that the climate resilience becomes part of the urban planning and not just an afterthought?
Thank you, Shabnam. And first of all, thank you very much for being a partner to ISA and inviting me to the panel as well. At ISA, we are working on everything that is solar, be it rooftops, be it cold storages, and all of that. But I will answer this through an experience of mine of when we were designing the cooling action plan. And more than a policy issue, it was an institutional issue. Within India, cooling was looked at upon by 8 or 9 ministries. And they were looking at various aspects of cooling. Somebody looking at refrigerant consumption, somebody looking at building design, Ministry of Commerce looking at cold storages and all of that. The idea of the cooling action plan was to bring them all together. Hello? Yeah, the idea of the cooling action plan was to bring them all together so that there is one place in a non-binding arrangement to take complementary action. Hello. Now, I'll tell you the challenges that we faced when we were doing that. I think the initial challenge of putting in a policy mechanism was that while you have efficient cooling solutions that are technologically available or bringing into the design part of what you were doing and showing in Griha also, the more efficient or the better design building has an initial price hump. While it repays back over the lifetime, to get over that initial price hump, you need to design smart incentives. It could be a mix of concessional financing, loans. The second thing of designing policy things is, again, out of experience, was that financing does not follow plans. Financing follows projects. And looking at embedding cooling into, let's say, the low-income housing scheme of India, and looking at that delta cost that could be funded through some of these things was, an essential aspect of what you were doing there. I think the third part goes down into the city and state level policies of municipal bylaws, that you start to embed these design considerations in the municipal bylaws. I think India has a great experience of the Energy Conservation Building Code, which now also incorporates the sustainability parameters in it. But all of these needs a long drawn, persistent and a patient approach. So, there is no one size fits all. It has to be a mix of institutional setup and a mix of well-designed incentives that promote this behavior change.
I think very well said that incentives, mechanisms, as well as the financial mechanisms, as well as how we roll out in the states, it becomes very important to see how the policies get implemented. So thank you for bringing that perspective, Karan. So I would like to go to Mr. Kennedy. And I think with the experience that you have of working in the government, I would like to know that the kind of impact that the heat waves have and the heat-related illness that we will be seeing worldwide, it becomes extremely important that we draw out these kind of plans, and would like to know from your experience that how is Kenya addressing this heat stroke threats, and which areas or sectors would need more attention and focus so that we are better prepared for these kind of changes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Kennedy from Kenya. Back in Africa, we have different climatic conditions or regions that really gives different perspectives in how you create local solutions for each of those regions. We have the mountainous regions, we have the coastal regions, we have the plains and the tropics, and therefore all this gives different perspectives. Of importance is to realize that we need to create what we are calling local solutions for local problems. And I think that is the basis of adoption of solar as an alternative energy source in most of our areas. And therefore, as we carry out this process, it is important for us to see how then do we make use of the local communities, local population, to create local investment plans, local empowerment plans for themselves, so that they are able to utilize the local skills and expertise they have, so that there's a sustainability component in the projects and in the procedure and even in the adoption of the new technologies that we are talking about. It is also important to realize that we need to also harness more of stakeholder engagement, which is more inclusive, which is more engaging, so that the very solutions that we create then is encompassing, it's all engaging in a manner that every party to the process of social economic development in a given area is part of this bigger process. So as we also carry out this process, it's also important to note that local capacity development is a key component for us to realize the developments that we want in these regions. So how then do we carry out local capacity development and initiatives to ensure that the local leaders, the local persons and local members of the community are part of the bigger picture? So that initiative itself creates an enabling environment so that every member of the society and the community is part of the conversation that we are looking into. As we carry out collective development, there is also an opportunity of co-creating different solutions for different people, for different localities. And that is a key component as we are developing solutions for the local communities. As we are also coming up with these local solutions, also important is to note that we need to see how we nurture and support local leaderships, local champions, so that they can drive most of the economic agenda beyond, the project lifeline. And that is a better way of managing and dealing and ensuring that whatever solutions are created, then as the champions that can move forward. As we create all these solutions, remember there are strategic interventions of the communities so that they are in a position to deal with the issues that they face, whether these are on heat loss, whether these are on that affect their agricultural issues, that affect their health. And therefore, it is important for all of us as we carry out this process to ensure that we engage the local communities, the local members of the society, so that they create local solutions as far as local innovations and technologies that are required in that given locality is concerned. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I think very well said that most of the implementation would happen at the local levels. And unless we prepare a well-knit these stakeholders at the ground level, we will keep talking about these kind of strategies, but they will never see the light of the day. So I think the participation of the communities, the local leaders, as well as how we strengthen their, the way they are going to implement these at the local levels, I think this becomes extremely important in terms of how the policies are thought about and how we are looking at the more implementable solutions at the ground level. So thank you for bringing that perspective. I would like to little bit shift towards the technology now, and Grammy, with your experience, considering that the cooling loads are, of course, going to be the most essential part of the kind of cities that we are going to see tomorrow. So, how do you think that we reintegrate the passive features into the projects and make our projects more resilient, and which also helps to, of course, reduce the energy demand in the long run?
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Graham. I'm from the UK and I'm from London. Who's been to London? No, some people say they have, some people haven't. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about London, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about local leadership in London, building on what Kennedy's just been talking about. So in London, we have something called the London Plan. And the London Plan is used to construct buildings, and it uses an energy hierarchy. And it's quite simple. Look it up. It's really useful. It uses this energy hierarchy called, I'd have to remember it to be precise. Be lean, be clean, be green, and be seen. Okay, I'll repeat that again. Be lean, be clean, be green, and be seen. And what that means is, the first bit, being lean, means to reduce demand. Okay. The second bit is to be clean, use energy as efficiently as possible. Be green, use renewable energy, and be seen, to be monitoring and maintaining. Okay. And it's really important that those four things go together. The first one, however, is be lean, reduce demand. And that plays very much into your question. Okay, what do we need to do first and foremost in our building design? We need to be lean. And I was really excited to see the presentation at the beginning from Griha, and Akash presented on some really great projects. 100% passive cooling, one building, which I'm assuming it's in India. Okay, it's a tremendous thing to do, and well done. And then we had the pavements that were self-cooling pavements as well. Okay. And these are technologies that we've had for many, many years. And often if we go back to our ancient forefathers, we go back to Egypt. If you go back to Egypt in many thousands of years ago, they didn't have air conditioning, but they used to cool their homes, and they used to cool their homes passively. And we need to go back to that. And you gave some really good examples of how we do that. So thanks very much for sharing it, and thanks very much for the question.
Thank you. And I think I love this, the clean, green, and the lean. The three aspects are so important in the way we design our projects and how we look at the cities of tomorrow. And definitely, you know, what you mentioned, that energy efficiency or sustainability is not something that we started today. You know, we have been designing, you know, through the passive features, you know, previously. I think we just need to bring back that knowledge again, and we have to start rethinking the way we have designed our buildings of the past. So thank you for bringing that perspective for us. So I'll go to, you know, the architecture community now. And, you know, we have just heard that how the passive features can bring a great difference to the buildings of tomorrow. So as per you, Meena, you know, how could you share that your organization and how you are trying to bring this sustainability to the clients and in approaching the urban heat island effect through the design and the policy interventions?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I'm going to answer it in two parts. I'm wearing two hats today, one of as an environmental engineer and architect from SOM. So I will talk about briefly the design interventions that we're doing in our projects to address the urban heat impact and minimize heating demand, cooling demand, but maximize cooling passively in cities. And then the second hat I'm wearing is the representative of the Royal Institute of British Architects, where there is possibly the ideas of capacity building and upskilling to be able to ensure that the solutions we may be seeing out there in other places around the world can be effectively translated with the right local knowledge. And this touches upon a couple of the points that were raised by the panelists before. So in terms of design interventions, I think I cannot emphasize enough the passive design it should be at the heart of every decision that any architect is taking and any urban planner is taking, and so are we at SOM. So in projects, we're looking at local solutions and understanding what is most effective for that local context, because it's not just the one size does not fit all, and we cannot just say we're going to introduce a blue-green infrastructure here, or we're going to introduce green planting, sort of urban greening, to be able to maximize passive cooling as much as possible, because in some instances, urban greening is not as effective, or not the vegetation type is not suitable for that solution to be a local strategy. But I think that's a given, and I take that as a given, and I hope that's a given that everyone has that knowledge, as mentioned by Graham earlier, that it needs to be, it's almost that we need to unlearn what we have learned over the years in terms of technological interventions and go back to the basics and the fundamentals of passive design, which can make a significant improvement. But I think the innovative side of design interventions that we're seeing today and employing in our projects at SOM is this microclimate urban modeling. So we're actually leveraging technology from that perspective to be able to understand multiple parameters that exist in a specific site and context. It's not just about heat when we're talking about urban cooling or comfort at urban scale, because there's many various parameters that play into making the final informed decisions. Because sometimes Akash has given us the examples of buildings that incorporate natural ventilation to maximize passive coolings, but natural ventilation is not a viable solution in every context, because if the air quality is really bad, then that is not the most effective solution. So we need to find other interventions. And for that reason, we need to have a very holistic understanding of the local context, and perhaps even a futuristic scenario of what that local context is going to look like. And so we use a lot of microclimate modeling to be able to enable us as designers and planners to make informed decisions. So I think that's probably the innovative sides of design that I see emerging, not only in our practice, but in many practices around the world. And maybe just briefly, I'll mention, I iterated the importance of holistic knowledge and understanding around multiple parameters. And now I'm wearing my RIBA hat. And at the RIBA, I'm helping them to define their sort of holistic climate literacy. So if any architect around the world or designer is introducing a climate solution, that it is very much grounded in understanding the impact of that solution in multiple parameters, looking at human comfort, looking at energy and carbon, looking at biodiversity and ecology, water, waste. So there are multiple parameters that needs to be looked at. And that's why RIBA is introducing this sort of upskilling programs and capacity building programs to be able to help inform those decisions and inform policies that come into architecture practices. Thank you.
So definitely, upskilling is something that's extremely important to today's design, and also emphasizing that how our designs needs to be contextual and, not one size fits all. I think that's quite relevant to, the buildings of tomorrow, and we need to be more realistic and, practical in the way we designs the buildings of tomorrow. So thank you for bringing that perspective as well. So Charu, we all agree that data is something that's extremely important in the way we look at, how we design. And these numbers help us to not only choose better, but also help us to design better. And Griha also believes in this policy of what gets measured, gets managed. So how in your context, you are looking at data-driven solutions at the city levels to help citizens prioritize, look at the vulnerable zones and how they can look at the various policies and prioritize what goes first and make those solutions more implementable.
Thank you. Thank you, Shabnam. And thanks to Terry and ISA for having me here. I'm Charu Lata. I'm the Director for Climate and Clean Energy at NRDC India. And thank you for asking this very, very relevant question on data. Let me answer this in the context of the work that we've done on heat action plans. As you all might know, a lot of cities across the world now have heat action plans to deal with extreme heat. In India, back when we started this work in 2015 with the first city of Ahmedabad coming out with the heat action plan, it did have, information on how do you create an early warning system, how do you communicate with the communities to tell them that, oh, there is going to be an extreme heat event and this is how you deal with heat. However, over the years, what we realized was that these plans are not data driven. So very recently, we came out with updated plans and using very, very granular city level data. The plans now are able to, one, tell you what is the vulnerability of the city and of the different zones within the city. And this is essentially at ward level. So at ward level, you are able to see which ward is more vulnerable in terms of heat compared to other wards. What this also helps in doing is identifying the hotspots within the city. That essentially tells the municipal and urban local bodies to deal with those areas in a much different way. Coming to interventions that are actually deployed on the ground, again, they vary now because we have data from the ground saying these 5 areas within the city are actually, heat hotspots. And in case of an extreme heat situation, they will be way more vulnerable compared to other parts of the city. So probably we need to have different interventions for these 5 areas. We need to have a different early response rate for these 5 areas. We need to have a different early mechanism to inform the communities for at least these areas. What this also tells us is that we need to train our municipal officials to ensure that they have all this information. One thing that came up with, so many years of working on this topic was that not everyone at the city level is trained and they have this information. So once your whatever approach or project you're working on is more data driven, you're able to support the communities, the city officials, other important stakeholders to ensure that they have the capacity to actually deal with such extreme weather events. And last, something that Graham also said, be seen. So it actually helps us to monitor what's happening on the ground. If the approach is not data driven, you are not able to monitor what's happening. And if you're able to monitor, even if something is going wrong, you're able to change and adapt to the situation and, change it maybe for the next instance. So that's why I would say data is very, very important in any approach that we take, especially related to extreme heats and in this warming world, I think that is kind of the underlying thing that we should start work with.
Yes, Charu, I think data is something that has been a very big gap, at least in the Indian context. And of course, when we look at even the global data, I think at a lot of places, this kind of information at the municipal level is still missing. So I think if we are able to fill up these data gaps, I think it will bring a huge difference to the way we tackle the vulnerabilities of future. And of course, the second point that you made on capacities and how we train the municipal bodies. I think this should be in my opinion as well, that it should be a continuous process. And, it should keep happening in such a way that, the trainings and the way they're addressing the challenges, they should go hand in hand. And a lot of it would come if, a lot of the people that are getting on ground trainings, they have a little bit of exposure to the kind of sensitivities that they are dealing with. So I think a combination of them will definitely be of great help. So coming back to my, the co-host to this session, Karan. So I think we talked about, challenges of, how we have to look at developing the local level communities and how we are addressing data challenges at various levels. Partnerships will play a great role of how we design and look at the urban heat island resilience plans of future. So what in terms of the key role and partnerships that you think ISA will play in accelerating to build these capacities and the kind of knowledge exchange that will happen through ISA?
Thank you, Shabnam. I think let me start by first complimenting Griha for putting up a panel which is so diverse and brings together a variety of views together. At ISA, when we work across our 125 member countries, they're essentially in 4 buckets of economic transition as well as energy transitions. The high-income countries, the emerging economies, the least developed countries, and the small island states. Every archetype's developmental context is very, very different. In the emerging economies, the least developed countries, and the SIDS, a big chunk of the infrastructure is yet to be built. In ISA, we can't do it without the partners. Our secretariat is very, very lean, and working across all of these countries do not, it just doesn't work that way. So there are 2 thoughts that I will leave this panel with. And one of the things is around showcasing and demonstrating impact on the ground. A big part of what we are discussing is also enabling a behavior change in policymakers, in the users of the buildings, in academia, in technology providers. In the small island states, and the back wall in the hall today, right in front, is actually completely on something that we are doing at the small island states. 80%, well, in fact, not 80%, almost 100% in most of the islands, it's on imported diesel. The imported diesel bills are phenomenally high. But most of these countries are dependent on tourism for their economic activity. Can we start to look at architectural challenges to embed smart solar design into tourist homes, which is a direct economic impact, and start to see how we start to put this message across through a variety of, stakeholder audiences? Because I think some of the parts of an enabling partnership of the impact on the ground to understand that across our member countries is currently missing. I think the second thought that I would want to leave you with is, of course, capability building is a larger umbrella, and it can work across spectrum. But can we think of customized projectization level, development training that make the projects more financeable? So I think understanding plans, understanding data, all of that is important. But unless it has a developmental impact and an impact on the ground that can be showcased, moving the needle on action might be a little tough. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a point well made that if you want to see the action on ground, it has to be a combination of all the things that we just mentioned. we have to have a good design, we need to have the data, we have to have the right expertise, and definitely what would give it a push is the right kind of incentives and policies that will take it to the logical end. And of course, the next point that you made, that how we bring in the communities across the world and to look at some common features of, like the design competitions, and bring in some innovative ideas and solutions to, probably the small island nations, or even have those kind of challenges which help to open up to new kind of thought process, would definitely be a way forward and help to also connect in many ways. So thank you for bringing that perspective, Karan. And coming to the government perspective, you mentioned about how the local communities would play a very important role in empowering and co-creating these heat challenges. So is there any case study, or are there any live examples in Kenya where we can see that how this implementation is really working? And if you feel that the kind of challenges that you have been able to overcome by engaging the local communities?
Thank you. We have different, as I said, we have different climatic conditions in Kenya. And of particular interest is the coastal region and the lake, what we are calling the lake region. Within the lake region, the weather is very harsh in relations to the rest of the world or the rest of the country. And therefore, the very lake region depends on fishing as a key economic activity in that region. And therefore, the issue around heating is a key component in relations to how then do we have the economic activity sustained for the local communities at that level. We have different engagements, we have different support that has come forward. Of course, in our governance structure at a country level, we have what we call the subnationals. So there's a lot of support that the subnationals have sought out there. And the better part of the support to most of these initiatives in terms of, the cooling and refrigerants comes in most of the areas that are not connected to power grids. So it is in most of those areas, whether in the lake regions or in some islands, because we still have some specific islands in Kenya that are not connected to grid. These are where better developments in terms of solarization has actually happened, and the sustainability component in relations to local adoption of the technology itself has actually led to widespread adoption of solar as a source of energy to even the other areas that are already connected to power and grid. In fact, in the other areas, there are cases of people abandoning, the national power supply system in place of what they have gone and seen. So it is possible that the value chain process of food supply, of medical supply, could still adopt alternative power sourcing model, in this case, solar. And we always encourage, in fact, the National Grid System organization, where we call it Kenya Power, has a lot of issues with more adoption, rather than the higher adoption of alternative energy sources in most of the areas that they have been looking forward to expand their market into. So we have cases of good programs that have adopted solar as an alternative sourcing, especially being driven by the community leaders, by the communities, by the participants, and everyone in that particular. We talk about good health, good examples in the agriculture sector, as I said, or the food supply chain process. The health sector has really reaped big in this. The extreme areas still enjoy good heating in terms of, the thermal comfort of our buildings, and quite a number of other sectors have actually adopted this. Most of these initiatives are locally led by local leaders for local developments in their own local solutions. Thank you very much.
Right. I think rightly mentioned that how local solutions are getting replicated even when in those areas where there are already grid connections, and how they're finding it more useful to be solarizing their cities rather than relying on the grid power. So I think I'm sure there's a lot of work that's already done, and I'm sure there's a long way to go and look at how we can make these policies more robust and more useful for the end user. So thank you for bringing that perspective as well. So Grammy, we also talked about technology a while ago, and AI is going to play a very critical role in the upcoming smart systems and how the industry is going to adopt them. So how do you see the refrigeration and cooling sector adopting AI to the extent that becomes like a technology of tomorrow?
Thanks very much. I'm just going to start with my image of going to a hotel room. And when I go into the hotel room, there's a thermostat on the wall and it's always turned down to the minimum. Do you get this? Do you experience this? You do. And so this is a thermostat in the wall that's controlling the temperature in the space, and it doesn't control it because it doesn't work. And that's the starting point of where we shouldn't be. And where we can potentially go is somewhere very, very different, because AI opens up amazing opportunities for us. And I was talking to Akash earlier about when I went to Delhi a couple of years back, and I went to the IIT, Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi, and they told me about some of the research that they were doing. And this research allowed you to sort of profile someone's image. Okay, so me sitting here, okay, the camera would profile my image, and depending on my image, it could tell me whether I was comfortable, cold, warm. And this was 3 or 4 years ago, this was happening. And that would be my vision, is to actually, rather than have some rubbish thermostat that's turned down, actually having sensors that could image me and I'm cold, or, I'm relaxed. It would actually be able to tell whether I'm comfortable and learn whether I'm comfortable. And I think that is a really amazing opportunity that we need to exploit. That's one example. But there is a risk as well, okay? Because AI uses data centers, and data centers use a lot of energy, okay? In the UK, there's 198 data centers that we've got data on, and these use about 10 terawatt hours, a really big number. If you go to Ireland, Ireland's just off the UK. Currently, 20% of all electricity goes into data centers. 20%. By 2030, the predictions are a third, 33%. By 2080, 75% of all energy is going to go into data centers. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. In some ways, it will help us, but we also need to be mindful of the additional energy. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. AI is something that's its advantages and disadvantages, and how mindfully we use this technology for making a more resilient plan for our future is something that will be very interesting to see in the coming years. So coming to the next question, and that's from the technology and of course from the implementation point of view. What are some of the promising examples of climate responsive materials or design innovations or smart technology mitigation urban heat island impacts that you have probably used in your projects?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I should iterate that I want to start by saying that we're often looking for the solution or the new technology to incorporate to save the day. But I want to say that what we're trying to do at SOM is to try to design intelligently. We're trying to bring together existing solutions, existing technologies. I know this is not your question yet, but I want to iterate that I think it's important to be aware of new technologies and embrace them and test them and use them. But it's not. But I think we should not wait for new technologies to emerge to be able to deliver solutions that can be implemented tomorrow, because we already have the tools, we already have the knowledge. I hope, and we already have the technologies. It's about intelligently bringing them together. But some of the sort of most common, I think, materials, at least that we use today in a lot of our projects, is porous pavement materials, or I mentioned the blue-green infrastructure solutions of vegetation, or bringing water wherever it's needed, where it's suitable in terms of climate. Those are the key sort of go-to solutions we have in terms of materials and tools. But I think it's about the combination of, like, if we have this menu of items of things, for us, the success comes from the intelligent design, intelligent planning, and that is very locally and contextually appropriate. I think that's the key solution that we're always striving to deliver for longer term success and benefits that that solution, that holistic solution, can bring to the communities. And I should also mention, maybe there has been a lot of discussions around data, and it's really important to leverage data so that we can fine tune any technologies, any smart solutions, sensors, and so forth that we may be incorporating to help us to design better and to close those feedback loops, to design better, not for this project, but for the multiple projects in the future, is something that we are striving to embed in every single project, because we also believe that it's important to learn from failures, and we all will fail eventually. But I see that as a good opportunity to improve and to deliver, sort of to build on the solutions that exist today, and to create more intelligent, integrative solutions of the future. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Meena, you made a very valid point that the solutions that we choose today are going to be embedded in the projects, for the next 30, 40 years. So, data will play a very important role. And at Griha Council, what uniquely we are doing for the materials is that we have prepared a repository of, materials that we have verified the claims that they've made. And, a user or a designer can pick up these materials and, use it in their designs, and also do a little bit of combinations and see what best fits into their design. So there's a little bit of trial that we do in India, and we try to implement that in our projects as well. So thank you for bringing that perspective. So Charu, last question, but I'm sure there is a lot that we can talk on that as well. So the first cool roof policy that was implemented by NRDC in India, and I'm sure at the policy level, it looks everything quite well, designed and, very, very well thought policy. But, when we go at the implementation level, we feel the challenges and kind of tweaking we need to do to the policy to make it more implementable. So what are your thoughts on those policies and the implementation challenges that may arise, and how do you look at tackling them in future?
Thanks for that, Shabnam. And I want to start with, something that Meena also alluded to. Cool roofs is a passive cooling design. It is a traditional technology that communities have been using, painting their roofs white or putting tiles on their roofs, just to ensure that, the temperature goes down by a few degrees and there is better thermal comfort. So completely agree with what you said, traditional technologies, there is a lot that is there. And there is a lot that needs to be leveraged while looking at, newer innovations that are coming our way. Having said that, Shabnam, you alluded to the Telangana cool roof policy that NRDC helped draft, and clearly completely agree with you. Drafting a policy and getting it released is the first step. I think the bigger challenge is ensuring that it is being enforced and it is being implemented and it's being, accepted by the communities. So there were definitely a few things that we're planning to do, and I feel that should be done in general for policies and enforced implementation of those policies. Specifically in terms of cool roof policy, we believe first is the availability of materials and availability of vendors. Currently in India, we do have vendors, but we really need to see how many of them are supplying quality materials. That becomes very, very important. Second is having skilled workforce. Do we have workforce that actually knows how to use this newer technology, how to apply the paint, how many coats of paint, how to set up membranes if it's a membrane-based cool roof system or if it's a tile-based system? Then coming to testing of such technologies, since these technologies are newer and, this is the first state level policy that came out in India, has immense potential of being scaled across all the states in the country. The challenge remains we don't have enough testing facilities to actually see what is the impact of cool roofs. Are they able to create the impact that we all, on paper are envisaging? We do have pilots that have calculated the impact, but we don't have scaled impact calculations that are definitely needed once you have a policy out. Third is, regular testing. Once the technologies are implemented, and since this is happening for the first time, we really need to ensure that they are passing the test of time. After having been implemented, are they still, because all these technologies are implemented on the roofs. They are in, extreme sunlight. So are they able to sustain the life cycle that was thought through? And if not, then how do we need to, rework the quality or the technology? And last is definitely, which is a part of implementation, is working closely with the communities. One, ensuring that we are doing enough capacity building and awareness so that the communities know what these technologies are and why they need to be implemented. Second, I would say, especially for lower income households, cool roofs still have a relatively higher upfront cost. So we really need to think through that through such policies, how are we able to provide at least the additional support that's needed for, initial implementation, and maybe innovative financial mechanisms that can help scaled implementation.
Thanks, Charu, for bringing that perspective, that how we bridge that gap between policies and implementation, and how at NRDC, you're not only looking at building capacities at local levels, but also engaging the local communities to make those implementable solutions. So with this, I think I come to the end of my questions that I have to ask the panelists, but I'll open the floor for more questions from you. And if you could just identify yourself and to whom the question is addressed to. With the show of hands, if you can have questions. Yes.
Hello, my name is Pablo from the Solar Energy Association of Paraguay. For Professor Graham Maitland, you were speaking about the increase of energy consumption regarding different new technologies. How much percentage of that is AI? How much is crypto mining? Sorry, and what would you recommend? Because in our case, we had also a very big increase. We were supposed to have a shortage of energy in Paraguay around 2040. Now people are talking we are going to have a shortage of energy by 2030. So what would you recommend the Paraguayan government to do, and us as a solar association to do regarding this scenario?
So thanks very much for the question. And my understanding of your question is, how do you get a better understanding of the energy that's going into AI and future projections?
Yes, yes.
And then maybe what you do about it. Okay. So we've done some studies in the UK. It is really, really difficult to get good numbers, really difficult. Okay. But there are certain data sources that we can use. Okay. Some of the big data centers have a requirement to give us their energy consumption. So the 198 data centers that I mentioned, they have to do it legally. Also, for planning applications, okay, so to get planning permission for a new building, there is a planning register as well, which we can interrogate. And the third one is, in order to get the power supply to the new data center, there has to be a request. So you can look forward maybe, well, you got reasonably good understanding of the big data centers today. You can probably look forward 5 years. After that, it's very difficult to work out what's going to happen. We have a saying, we don't have a crystal ball. We cannot look into the future that far. But what to do about it, okay, is I think we have to think about our data centers and how we design them. And we need to try to passively cool them where we can. So this comes back to the first question. Okay, we need to use ambient air to cool them where we can. We need to use the heat that's produced from data centers, perhaps to heat our homes as well. So we should maybe use the heat bivalently, but efficiency is probably the most critical thing here. But it's a lovely question. Really nice to hear from you, and happy to chat to you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So it's not actually a question, but I am very pleased to be here. Here in Belém, I'm a local, and here in Belém we have had increasing from solar energy in the last few years. We are a state that produce a lot of energy, but because of some laws in Brazil, our energy is one of the most expensive from all the country, even if we are one of the states that produce the most energy. So it's very how can I say? It's very important, the solar energy, and it's becoming very popular here. So in the last few years, there's a plenty of houses and companies. There are installing in their facilities, and I'm very thankful to be here. It was very elucidating, and thank you all.
I would like to concur with what she has said. In fact, in most countries, energy access has been an issue across board. And I think worldwide, that itself has given an opportunity for accelerated use of solar as alternative energy. In fact, if you conduct survey, especially to our universities and other research organizations, why people and institutions prefer the use of solar as alternative energy, if you're to get data around that, you realize the issue around high costs of the national grid power really deters continued use of that national grid power. So in itself, in any case, if today we had, if we had easy access to national grid, we may not even have been here in the first place. I don't know, but it is a prohibitive engagement that governments needs to look into, so that they could sustain the two models of energy funding or energy supply. Otherwise, we are still having the same issue even in our own regions, especially in Africa, where the most regions, most counties, most communities that actually generate the very same power get the power the last. Okay? That seems to be a global issue that is not necessarily in Belém. So I don't know whether that is politics or how can manage that. But it's a cross-cutting issue. But I believe the issue of solar and power access in terms of alternative power supply is giving run for money for our own governments, where Kennedy serves. So it is a way of encouraging governments to also look into and understand where the issues are, whether these are bureaucratic issues, whether these are the existing laws that we have, so that we can revitalize and ensure that we have the balance of alternative energy and the national grid. Thank you.
So I've been looking around the room at you all and thinking, why are you here? Okay, and I was really pleased that you put your hand up and asked a question, because it tells me a lot. It tells me that you're engaged. Okay, you want to be here, and that's very, very powerful. So really well done for that. Okay, and carry on asking, putting your hand up and asking those questions, and that's to you all. Okay, do it. And in 40 years' time, okay, when you're old like me, okay, you will remember this day. You will remember this conference. You will remember, and it will be really formative in your life. So well done. Thank you for asking the question.
Thank you. And I think with this, we come to the end of this panel discussion. And I would like to thank all the panelists for bringing that perspective and sharing their journey and the kind of experience that they have had in this discussions. So thank you all once again. And I look forward to staying connected with all of you. Thank you.
There are approximately 25 million diesel and electric
Hello, can you hear me? You can't hear us. They can hear or they need any headphone? Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining the side event. And first of all, thanks to the International Solar Alliance for hosting us. I'm Giriraj Amarnath from the International Water Management Institute. Very happy to be seeing you, all of you. I know it's a quite a noisy place here. Please use your headphone, which is available to you. It has both the English, Spanish, and French. So you can use whichever language you want for any translation purpose. So this session is about solar energy for climate resilient agriculture, accelerating South collaboration for scaling and inclusive farmers. We would be very glad to have you for this important session. What we are looking at the twin challenges. One side we see the issues of climate change. The other, many countries are moving into the energy transition. So this particular session is to leverage solar potential and how we can specifically focus on optimizing use of energy for better crop, but also importantly looking at optimizing their values of water efficiency as we go forward. So my colleagues unfortunately are not here. They are my colleague Dr. Darshani, who is leading this program, Dr. Vidisha Samarakon, who would provide the closing remarks of this session, and many other panel experts who are here to provide their perspective from the private sector, academic, and the research institution point of view. What we are going to see in the next 1 hour is to learning platform of the South-South focus, both in South Asia and in Africa, which is a program funded by Swiss Development Cooperation by the STC. We are very happy to have their collaboration and support for this important initiative. You are going to also see showcasing financing model that the solar irrigation program, this particular project has led. And lastly, you are also going to listen more from the experts in terms of what you can learn from this important initiative. So what I would like to first offer is to showcase the project initiative, what we have. May I request the organizer to show the film? Would you mind showing the first film of that? And then we will have welcome remarks. You will need to use the headphone.
There are approximately 25 million diesel and electrical pumps in South Asia, generating around 7% of global carbon emissions. To meet the crucial target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, countries must reduce greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors, notably agriculture. International Water Management Institute, IMI, is working in Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Pakistan to support national commitments of reducing emissions from agriculture. Through a project supported by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, IMI is promoting solar-powered irrigation, working closely with farmers and other groups for a sustainable and climate-resilient agrarian future.
আর বর্তমানে আমরা যেভাবে আমরা পানি নেই সোলার পাম্প দিয়ে এটা অনেক এখন সময়ের দিক থেকে অনেকটা এগিয়ে আছে এবং আমরা এটাতে খুব সিম্পলভাবে পানি নিতে পারি যেমন আমরা স্বামী স্ত্রী দুইজন চাষাবাদে কাজ করি এখানে আমার এখন আর থাকা লাগে না কিন্তু আগে আমাকে থাকা লাগতো কারণ মেশিন আনা নেওয়ার কাজে আমাকে সাহায্য করা লাগতো আর বর্তমানে আমি অন্য একটা কাজ করি শিক্ষকতার কাজ করছি আর আমার স্বামী বাড়িতে এসে কৃষিকাজ দেখাশোনা করে যেটা তার পক্ষে খুবই সম্ভব হয়েছে
મારી વાડી પરમિશિયામાં આવેલી છે સોલાર પેનલ લગાવેલી છે સરકાર તરફથી એટલે એમાં અમારે લાભ મળ્યો છે દિવસે 6:30 લાઇટ આવે છે 6:30 સાંજે જાય છે એટલે એ પાવર 12 કલાક આવે છે 19 પહેલાં અમારે ફાયદે એમાં રાતે 8 કલાક લાઇટ આવતી અને દિવસે 8 કલાક આવતી અઠવાડિયે 8 કલાક આવે અઠવાડિયે નાઇટમાં આવતી 8 કલાક એટલે એમાં એ ફાયદા અમને અને પાછા ઘડીએ ઘડીએ ઝટકા આવતા પાણી પૂરું પોગતું નહોતું પીતું નહોતું.
Following experiences with solar irrigation pumps in India, IMI has applied the insights on a pilot in Nepal. Net metering for grid-connected solar irrigation has been signed in Nepal in the year 2024.
पहले ना इतना रहा जब से सोलर हलल नु जब से बहुत आमदनी हो गई ढेर आमदनी हो गई कोई के सोलार हलल बा खेती रहती तरकारी सब्जी सब होता बटन दबाई बस शुरू हो जाई बटन दब दिया बंद हो जाई चालू हो जाई बहुत फायदा बा ये सोलार से
IMI was successful in signing a document making an agreement between Saurya Urja Krishak Samuh and Nepal Electricity Authority.
ये सबसे जो आसान भी है और मुफ्त जो है पानी का कोई खर्च नहीं है इस पे एक दफ़ा आप खर्च सोलर लगा देते हैं तो उसके बाद आपका पानी फ्री हो जाता है.
Over the past 4 years, IMI has achieved notable results. Capacity building efforts enhance solar irrigation pump programs, fostering climate-resilient livelihoods, diversified income sources, increased profits, reduced women's workloads, and improved energy outcomes. IMI's impactful research on groundwater and adaptation benefits contributes significantly to global discourse on solar irrigation, highlighting its importance in sustainable water management.
Thank you. I hope you got an overview of what is about the solar irrigation program led by International Water Management Institute and supported by the SDC. Now, at this point, I would like to invite Ms. Mirdula Dikshit Bardawaj, Program Lead, Green Hydrology Storage and Solar E-Mobility from the International Solar Alliance, to provide the welcome remarks. Over to you.
Thank you, Girirajji, and welcome all of you to the ISA Pavilion. So I'm just going to mention a few points about ISA's strategy for scaling solar applications in agriculture. And agriculture remains, as you know, the backbone of rural economies across ISA member countries. Yet it faces persistent challenges related to energy access, productivity, can you hear me? And sustainability. Now, traditional energy solutions, primarily diesel pumps and grid electricity, are often unreliable, expensive, and environmentally harmful, as we all know. Solar energy offers a transformative opportunity to address these challenges by providing clean, affordable, and decentralized power for agricultural operations. And this strategy outlines ISA's approach to scaling solar applications for agriculture, ensuring food security, farmer prosperity, and climate resilience. Now, why solar for agriculture? So there are few points for that. The energy demand in agriculture, for instance. Now, irrigation, agro-processing, and cold storage are energy intensive, as we know. They are energy intensive activities. And in many regions, farmers rely on diesel pumps or erratic grid supply, leading to high cost and crop losses. And we all are aware of that. The second reason is environmental imperatives. Now, agriculture contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. Transitioning to solar-powered solutions reduces carbon footprints and aligns with global climate commitments. And the point number 3 is economic benefits. And we are very well aware of that solar-powered systems lower operational costs, improve productivity, and create new income streams for farmers and rural entrepreneurs. Now, what are the strategic objectives of ISA? So I'll just, I've listed a few points for that. The first is enhance agricultural productivity. This is to provide reliable solar-powered irrigation and processing solutions to increase crop yields and reduce, post-harvest losses, which are quite significant, and we are aware of that. The second objective is promote climate resilience. And this is to replace fossil fuel-based systems with clean energy alternatives to mitigate emissions and adapt to climate variability. The third strategic objective is empower rural communities, and that is to create local jobs through solar value chains and enable energy independence for farmers. And the fourth objective is support global goals. Now, this is to contribute to SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, SDG 2, which is zero hunger, and SDG 13, which is climate action. Now, if we talk about the key focus areas, then the key focus areas is solar irrigation pumps, solar-powered cold storage and drying units, solar mini grids for agro-processing, and irrigation with smart agriculture. These are the key focus areas. And now, what is the implementation approach? So we go by number 1, policy advocacy, and that's a very strong commitments that we have. Work with member governments. As we speak, we have 125 member countries to create enabling policies, subsidies, and incentives for solar adoption in agriculture. The second approach is innovative financing. Mobilize concessional finance, blended finance, and carbon credits to make solar solutions affordable for small farmers. And the third is capacity building, which is to train farmers, and we do it for all our programs, by the way. Capacity building is one of our most, important approach. So here we do the training for technicians, entrepreneurs to operate and maintain solar systems, ensuring sustainability. The fourth is technology partnership. This is very important, as we know. Collaborate with manufacturers and innovators to deliver durable, cost-effective solar solutions tailored to agricultural needs. And the last is, and very important, digital platforms. Here we develop digital tools for monitoring, predictive maintenance, and farmer engagement to enhance system reliability. Now, we have different type of business models. For example, the pay-as-you-go, PAYG for individual farmers, community ownership models for shared infrastructure like mini-grids and cold storage, public-private partnership, PPP, for large-scale deployment and risk share. Now, what are the expected outcomes? The first one is increased agricultural productivity. It's very obvious, and reduced post-harvest losses. The second is lower energy costs for farmers, improving profitability. Third is job creation in rural areas through solar installation, maintenance, and supply chains. And the fourth and very important one is significant contribution to emission reduction and climate resilience. Now, what is the call for action? So I'll close my remarks by stating that ISA invites member countries, private sector players, and development partners to collaborate in scaling solar applications for agriculture by launching project pipelines, sharing best practices, and mobilizing resources. We can create replicable models that transform rural economies and secure a sustainable future. Thank you very much, and over to you, Girirajji. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mridula, for outlining the vision and the ambitious mission that the ISA is leading. Very good to see the technology focus, the policy relevance, South-South cooperation that the ISA is leading, and more importantly, also fostering partnership and the capacity building, which you have outlined. At this point, we have two important presentations, which we will be very brief. In my opinion, it is pre-recorded. May I request the organizer to share the first presentation, which is led by Dr. Darshini Ravindranath from IMI. She is a research group lead at the International Water Management Institute. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Darshini Ravindranath, Research Group Lead at the International Water Management Institute. And today I'll be sharing our learnings and prospects from the Solar Energy for Agricultural Resilience Program, or SOLAR, which looks at how solarizing agriculture can contribute to both climate resilience and sustainable livelihoods while reducing GHG emissions. This presentation draws from our work across South Asia, with emerging lessons now being extended to East Africa as well. Agriculture remains the backbone of livelihoods in much of the global South. Yet it's one of the most vulnerable sectors to climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, and growing water stress directly affect the livelihood of millions. In South Asia, agriculture contributes to between 11% of total regional emissions, and much of this is from groundwater pumping for irrigation. If India alone, for example, converted its 20.5 million pumps to solar, we could cut 45 to 62 million metric tons of carbon emissions. That's a massive mitigation potential. And we can do this while improving access to energy for women and marginal farmers. There is massive potential in transitioning to solar-powered irrigation. A lot of governments in South Asia are noticing, not just South Asia, but beyond, across the global South, are noticing that the transition to solar-powered irrigation could offer huge potential. It offers dual benefits. It improves water and food security. It reduces fossil fuel dependence, and it provides energy security. The co-benefits extend beyond emissions, reducing fuel imports, improving air quality, and helping countries meet their climate targets or NDCs. However, scaling solar irrigation isn't just about the technology. It depends on supportive policies, it depends on financing, infrastructure, and especially governance, sustainable and good governance of water, and particularly groundwater resources. South Asia has enormous solar energy potential, but so do many parts of the global South. Replacing diesel or dirty pumps with solar irrigation pumps is therefore a huge viable strategy beyond just South Asia and into other parts of the global South. Solar PV potential is not just technically high, but it's increasingly cost competitive as well. For irrigation applications, this means solar pumps can run for many hours, they can reduce reliance on diesel, and in some cases even feed excess electricity back to mini grids, enhancing the value proposition. But again, like I said, high solar potential alone and cost effectiveness alone doesn't guarantee sustainable outcomes. Infrastructure, finance, governance must also align. So the solar program was founded to unpack some of these intricacies of better understanding solar irrigation for scaling. The program is funded by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, and it aims to generate robust empirical evidence to design climate resilient, gender equitable, and socially inclusive solar irrigation policies. We focus the program on three main areas: testing innovative strategies for sustainable scaling, building national and regional capacities, and informing evidence-based policies to enhance resilience and equity. Our ultimate goal is to help countries move towards low-carbon, water-smart agricultural systems. I'll go into sort of some of the country-specific impacts, but overall, we've had some really strong evidence and policy advocacy that we've been able to generate through this program. We've been able to show gender inclusive solar irrigation policies. We've looked at innovative financing models. We've demonstrated through evidence that it is possible to have sustainable climate resilient agriculture while scaling solar irrigation at the same time. We've also piloted grid connected solar irrigation in a number of places, first of its kind pilots in some countries. And importantly, our capacity building and knowledge sharing has had the most impact. We've always ensured that it's inclusive, and we've been able to strengthen the technical skill set and general awareness on solar irrigation in all of our project countries. I forgot to say that the project is active in 4 countries, India, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh in phase 1. So through partnerships with governments, we've been able to influence solar irrigation policies in several South Asian countries. For example, our impact assessments show that solar irrigation can help farmers adapt to rainfall variability without increasing groundwater depletion. We've also piloted grid integration models where farmers can sell excess solar power back to the grid, creating new income opportunities and improving system efficiency. Gender inclusion and community ownership have been critical, especially through targeted capacity building for women and marginal farmers. And the learnings from South Asia, importantly, have begun to influence other regions. For instance, our team supported Bhutan in implementing 2 solar lift irrigation systems with backing from SDC. And these experiences highlight the value of South-South knowledge exchange, adapting successful models to different agroeconomic contexts. Diverse business models, innovation funds, and grid integration pilots are helping make solar irrigation both scalable and inclusive. Very quickly, I want to sort of go through some of our country-specific impacts. In Bangladesh, we were able to do some really interesting work around groundwater sustainability, and the results show no significant difference in water use between solar and diesel irrigation. And hydrological modeling suggests there's minimal regional groundwater impact under these assumptions. We connected, and this is the groundwater sustainability evidence is really quite critical because it comes at a time where solar irrigation has been under a lot of scrutiny for its potential for over exploitation of groundwater. So we were able to show that this is not necessarily the case, and it depends on the context. And in the context in which we studied it, we found that there was no significant difference between groundwater pumping and diesel pumps, pumping from diesel pumps. So in Bangladesh, we also had 7 grid-connected SIPs, which were piloted with ITCOL. They were the first of its kind in its country to enhance the financial sustainability of SIPs. The lessons from these pilots have been instrumental in shaping the design of future investments, with the majority of upcoming SIP investments approved for grid integration. And we got special thank you note from ITCOL to say that it was the evidence that we generated through our work that helped support this kind of scaling. In collaboration with ITCOL, we also support, and DAE, we worked on training modules where we developed on solar pump usage, crop scheduling, water efficient technology, and a number of exchange visits were also held to India and Nepal that facilitated knowledge transfer and learning, particularly on grid integration. We also looked at a study on GESI responsive and groundwater aware financial models. And we found some really interesting case studies of women doing goat farming or floating solar pumps that were being used by women, and the implications of solar irrigation as a women-friendly technology. So in Pakistan, again, groundwater research in Punjab revealed that both SIP and non-SIP farmers had similar cropping patterns, indicating no significant changes in water-intensive practices. Choice experiments were conducted to inform grid integration policies, and an econometric analysis revealed that farmers growing staples and those selling groundwater valued feed-in tariffs more. C, to conduct 4 training sessions, improving the capacity of farmers and technicians. And the program facilitated a World Bank funded program review study on solarizing agriculture in Punjab, which developed a groundwater vulnerability index and proposed sustainable financial models. In India, the deployment of SIPs, again, often raises a lot of concerns about groundwater sustainability, and we've generated evidence that shows the effect of grid-connected SIPs on groundwater withdrawal, and our findings suggest that grid-connected SIPs don't necessarily lead to increased groundwater extraction. We also had a number of strong piloted women-led community-based solar business models to build the entrepreneurial capacity of women farmers, enhance irrigation access, and improve agricultural productivity. We tested and implemented 2 models, one the earn first, pay later approach, and another one that requires a 10% upfront cost. And specialized trainings were conducted for both male and female enumerators to better incorporate GESI into data collection. We also looked at evaluating the results from grid-connected SIPs and off-grid SIPs, and one of the things that we found was that adoption is often hindered by risk aversion and capital constraints, and farmers in off-grid SIPs tend to shift towards high-value crops like wheat and isabgol. In Nepal, the first grid-connected solar irrigation pilot was established through a net metering agreement, and we conducted comprehensive needs assessment to develop tailored capacity building training for farmers. For GESI, our policy reforms with significant progress in supporting women and small-scale farmers. So the AEPC prioritized allocating 1 out of 3 subsidies for women through our work. I think finally, I want to say that solar programs' impact goes beyond field implementation. It's also about changing how policy is informed. So our evidence-guided national programs, it has demonstrated adaptation co-benefits and provided data on emissions reductions. We organized multiple regional and global forums, bringing together policymakers, researchers, and practitioners to share insights and harmonize efforts. For example, grid-connected solar irrigation pilots in Bangladesh and India reduced around 2.8 metric tons of CO2 per system annually. That's tangible climate action in practice. I think importantly, what we will take away from this phase one of the program and into phase two is that partnerships are at the heart of our approach. So we've had regular consultations with government through national and regional forums that ensure that our research translates into action. We also engage through our country program committees where key stakeholders are involved in all of the key decisions throughout the project lifecycle. And we're also building longer term systems for data management and decision support so that countries can sustain the learnings from these initiatives beyond the project's lifespan. And as we scale, capacity building and South-South collaboration will remain key enablers for innovation and policy alignment. So looking ahead, solar is expanding to East Africa, specifically Ethiopia and Kenya, alongside ongoing work in South Asia. Under phase two, which will run from 2025 to 2028, we aim to strengthen the enabling environment for socially inclusive and climate resilient solar systems. The outcomes will be fourfold. We look at evidence-based policy design, climate smart and inclusive financing solutions, enhanced capacity and collaboration across regions, and scaling through living labs and innovative platforms. Ultimately, our vision is to ensure solar agriculture is a cornerstone of climate resilient rural development across many parts of the global south. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have Darshani today due to some non-commitment of availability. So what we will do is we have limited time. Instead of go to the second recorded presentation, we go to the panel session because some of the officials have to go for the negotiation. So let me call upon Dr. V.K. Singh, Director, Central Research Institute for Dryland Agriculture. Please join us. And Ramanshu Ganguly, Associate Director, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Please join us. And Dr. Anil Mishra, Chief of the Hydrological System, UNESCO. Please. And Nitin Basi, Fellow of the CEW, Council for Energy, Environment and Water. And last but not least, Bernard Stew, Head Corporate Sustainability, Isan Holding Bearer. Thank you so much for taking the stage. I hope you have seen the landscape of the work International Water Management is doing, both in South Asia and in Africa. Of course, we might have not worked in all the regions, but we have shown you what the evidences we are trying to bring. It's not just about energy. We are doubling farmers' income in terms of livelihood, production, the overall security, but also optimizing the business models that Dr. Darshani has presented it. So what I would like to go, what we have framed the policy discussion is to bring different segments now. We would like to talk from Dr. V.K. Singh more on the policy perspective. So Dr. V.K. Singh, you have worked with the government system for many years. Now, you know, solar irrigation is a very vital program for governments to leverage financing, but also ensuring smallholder farmers have access to energy. Many of the rural landscape, we do not have a lot of energy potential to grow farmers throughout the year, right? So what I would like to ask you is, what do you see the adoption and scalability? I think India is doing great when it comes to scaling irrigation potential, but it would be also a learning for what participants can learn from you, from the Indian evidences, in terms of major national initiative that the government of India is doing, but also looking into how you can blend both the energy and water policy. So over to you now to reflect on both the aspects of the national initiative and how do we bring policy coherence on both energy and the water policy. Over to you.
Thank you very much. In fact, we know that water, this energy and food, these are interlinked. We cannot isolate these things. And a country like India, where is still, after a lot of efforts being done from last 60, 70 years, still we have 50% area lies under rain-fed. And where rain-fed means the cultivation purely depends on the precipitations. And I find there are a lot of scope exists in that region. If you have capturing the precipitation which we receives and we utilize efficiently. In fact, Government of India has launched a mega scheme that we call Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sichai Yojana. The slogan for that scheme is Har Khet Ko Pani, means every field should reach water, and that water cannot reach without efficient energy. So Prime Minister Krishi Sichai Yojana, PMKSY, is now being linked with the another scheme, Pradhan Mantri Kushum Yojana, PM Kushum Yojana. Kushum Yojana is mainly focused on the solar energy. Solar energy government had launched, and Government of India has given 35,000 crore rupees added to this scheme. Though there are other solar schemes was there, but this scheme is particularly for irrigation, linking the irrigation. There are three major aspects of this scheme. One is the supporting to the farmer for having their solar pump. The second part of this scheme is to provide the finance by which they can utilize more efficiently water or through micro irrigation scheme. There is another scheme that we call government micro irrigation sub scheme is there. So these schemes aims to have more efficient utilization of water, more crop per drop. That is another slogan of Government of India. So, and with least energy. In fact, here government has given three major aspects. One is supporting to the farmer for having their own solar pump. The solar pumps having different range, ranging from 0.1 0.5 horsepower to 7.5 horsepower. Accordingly, subsidies are given up to 2.5 lakh rupees. Some are part of this almost 30 to 40% is given by state departments, state government, and 30 to 40% by the central government. So that way, about 80% of total expenditure comes from the government side as a subsidy for this scheme. The second aspect is once they have created the infrastructure, if you have additional solar energy and you have sufficient amount of water that can cater the need of others. So that can be used as a service model. Service model for other farmers, the same amount of water with the efficient use of energy and water can be used. And third is this amount of water can be utilized, this amount of energy which we have captured from the solar, that can be given to grid so that it can be saved and farmers can sell it and it can be utilized for the farmers' benefit. So that way, government is promoting both water, efficient use of water and best use of solar energy, and integrating it's become more resilient farming. And that is the actual task which government has adopted in our Paris Agreement. The Indian agriculture should be towards the resilient agriculture, and that way we have to achieve the target of net zero in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. VK Singh. Let me now hear from you. Saw the policy aspect and the investment is coming, but it's more of 100% what we heard is a public sector. Now I want to hear from Ramesh Ganguly, particularly to focus on the role of business models that we need to focus from the private sector point of view, because government has certain limitations of scaling that entire potential. So what do you think a viable business model would look like, blending both the energy and the water sector perspective? Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Giriraj, for the question. I think private sector plays a significant role across three aspects. Number one being innovations. So not only in terms of the R&D, the technology that can be brought in, but also the type of business models that could be brought in. Irrigation as a service, pay-as-you-go models. I think that's where private sector could come in. The second point being financing, collaboration or the microfinance institutions coming in and providing that last mile financing support to farmers to take up solar water irrigation. I think that's going to be a critical role that the private sector can pronounce. And the last part is around service delivery. Service delivery, not only in terms of the after sales and the value addition that comes in, but also in terms of digital monitoring. Can the private sector bring in adequate technology to see what kind of impact do we see of the solar water model coming up? So in essence, I think private sector can play the significant role of coming up with like the overall troubleshooting model for this entire piece.
Yeah, just a follow-up question is that, increasingly we are hearing a lot about role of carbon credit. So how do you link that carbon credit with the smallholder farmers, but also bringing the solar irrigation program more sustainably?
So I think, where it does come in is carbon credit can provide that adequate incentive for adoption, because at the end, it comes in at a space where we do see real-time impact happening. So real-time emission reduction can actually bring in carbon credit. That's where we do see the private sector also coming in, which eventually incentivizes the smallholders to take up a lot of these activities. So it's not just a new shift, but it's also a shift which is being incentivized through the private sector that's going to come in.
Thank you. Let me come back to you. There will be a rapid session for all of you. But let me now go to UNESCO, Dr. Anil Mishra, who is also the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. What we heard from both the perspective is there is a lot of research and education program is very important among the wide range of national and policy makers. So what is the current ongoing work UNESCO is working on this domain of solar energy and water resource management? There is a need of focus on better technology, measuring water, providing optimized use of groundwater utilization. You guys have also focusing on citizen science involvement. So I would like to hear from this point of side event, what are the key messages you would like to offer?
Thank you very much for having me here. I come from UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrological Program Water Science Division. The Intergovernmental Hydrological Program brings hydrology. It's in the 9th phase now, Science for a Water Secure World. So within this 9th phase, which is actually driven by member states, we have water, energy, food nexus is one of the major components in it. Now, before I go and answer this question, water I consider as a hydrologist is the victim of climate change, but also it provides solution. If you consider for mitigation measure, even for water requirement is there for the mitigation. So recently, I'm part of the UN Water. By 2030, clean energy measures requires 900 cubic kilometer of water. So water is a very important component of that. Now, when we talk about clean energy, all the energy system, be it nuclear energy, bioenergy, solar energy, it requires water. So how we use that water particularly? And in the context of IHP, UNESCO's program, we have 3 frontiers. Identify scientific frontiers, and then translate science into application. So through citizen science, climate risk informed decision analysis, with the use of low-cost sensors or 3D printers, we provide or engage citizens in calibrating and validating data. So that's how we engage really to also to create buy-in effect among the citizens.
Yeah.
Now, solar energy is very important component because if we want to reduce our fossil fuel consumption, and the water connects to all the SDGs. So we have indeed education and training program, including use of groundwater resources, sustainable use of groundwater resources. So I would like to invite all of you to visit UNESCO's website, and we have provided training courses on climate risk informed decision analysis to 25 countries, and also why not a case in India. So I would be happy to provide further information.
Thank you, Anil, for that perspective. Now, let me go to Nitin from CEW. You heard some of the evidence from the SDC project that we have focused on, but the end of the day, the groundwater optimization is very, very critical. Because at the end, it's about doubling the farmers' income, but also looking at how we look at diversification, but the role of groundwater and scaling of the solar irrigation. How do you see, what's the recent evidence we have on that?
Thank you, Giriraj, for having us here. First of all, I must commend the EME's work about, demystifying a lot of the science and the evidence behind what adoption of solar irrigation pumps in general is able to do with the agricultural landscape. And, before I go to your specific question, I think we started with the solar revolution, whether it's Brazil, whether it's India, whether it's Africa, with the idea to decarbonize agriculture sector. Because, at that point of time, agriculture was also one of the major emitter of carbon because of the various processes that happen. But in the process, we also identified that it has a lot of benefit from the adaptation perspective. And that is what, in the presentation given by Darshini, we could see the term climate co-benefits, which means that it is not only mitigation, but the adaptation angle that is very important. Now, if I just want to focus on what is the issue, I mean, if we have good evidence, we know it's a good technology, clean technology, why it is not able to scale up the way it should have been. You look at any country in the global south, the scale up for irrigation, water use from the solar perspective is not there. So foremost reason I see is the financing. A lot of the time we expect that the farmers would be, taking care of a part of the investments. Even the Indian program that we have, it's about that 40% of the cost of installing of solar irrigation pump needs to be adopted by farmer. So that actually kind of created a bottleneck because farmer, they are operating on a very tight budgets. They have to keep on circulating the income that they get. So Government of India came up with an alternative. They now will be solarizing the entire feeders. So when you solarize the feeder, whatever pump is connected to it automatically gets converted into a solar. So this is a kind of innovations that we need to bring in. In terms of impact on resource, so one is of course the water, the other is the land side of it. In a lot of farmers in the global south, the per capita land holding is very low. They will largely be small and marginal farmers. Now, are they ready to, Yes, it works. Thank you. So are they ready to give away part of their land for installing of solar irrigation pumps? And if not, can, now we have this agrovoltaic system, but that is more suited to the large land holdings. But are they ready to do that? So that is again, one of the reasons of, less adoption of such technology, which is promising. And the last bit, we have tried a lot with the net metering, which means that if farmer is generating any surplus electricity with a solar irrigation pump, that can be supplied to the DISCOM. Now, I visited one of the farm, it needs 3 meters. That is a level of investment that is needed. So 1 meter to measure how much you are withdrawing, another meter which is connected to the grid for you to supply energy, and the third is to supply back the surplus that you have generated. It needs 3 meters. So there are investments and can we come up with the, solutions there? So these are some of the points that I would like to put on board, and happy to take them
Yeah.
forward.
Thanks, Nitin. I think there is a lot to highlight still, including the alternative wet drying method that can also provide optimizing the groundwater utilization. Now let's hear from Bernard. Specifically, you work closely with the communities. So what are the current learnings you have? How is the community perspective in terms of investments? So these are really a technology that we need to invest. So in the case of Government of India, there is an investment from public sector. But what do you see the learning from the communities itself?
Yeah, so maybe the example that I'll draw is really from Malaysia. So there's a project known as RE2, Renewable Energy Rural Electrification, where we actually work with a lot of agriculture farmers, how they can actually look at the nexus between food, water, and energy being quite pivotal. So one of the, I guess, 3 lessons, I guess if I could sort of summarize it, I think the first is really around being context specific. So the community that you work with has got cultures, traditions, practices that have been going on and passed down from generations to generations, right? So just going in and saying that, oh, you want to introduce a new way of doing things, right, may not necessarily be, the immediate response or solution that you're hoping for. You have to engage with them. And with that, I think there's something to be said about building trust with the communities, which is really a new form of currency. If you don't have that, you can forget about everything else. You have pushbacks from communities who, where you're just coming in and say, oh, you have a new novel solution that you want to implement. Whether it works or not, right, is secondary. Can you actually gain the trust within the communities? And that takes time. And maybe the third lesson, I think, is really around capacity building. So there is a lot of knowledge sharing that takes into place. I like, some of the learnings on the presentation earlier around South-South collaboration. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that because we do operate to a certain extent in certain similar geoclimatic conditions. So we can learn very quickly, right, in terms of, failing fast, but also learning and adapting, from those lessons. And I think that those are probably some of the 3 key things that I would say is quite important.
Thank you, Bernard. I think very much on the trust. Once the trust is there, then the investment starts flowing from the community itself, right? So now we have 1 minute rapid session from each one of the speakers. Let me start with Dr. VK Singh. What should be the one single thing that a message for Solar Alliance, but more importantly for the countries in terms of learning you have? Very briefly, bold ideas that you would like to put forward.
Yeah.
1 minute, very specific 1 minute from each one of you.
Actually, we have to see this energy along with whole production system. What are the production management practices and the use of energy? Then we can have an efficient use of energy and better translation for climate resilience.
Let me hear from Ganguly now. 1 minute, very briefly.
I think, we need to look at energy as a means to accelerate rural transformation and rural livelihoods. And as Sir said, it needs to be looked at as a whole of systems approach. It's not just water, it's not just production, but it's a whole of systems cross-sectoral, which also feeds in health, which also feeds in value chains, which has to be looked at as a complete package to transform rural livelihoods.
Yeah, let me hear from Bernard now. How do we mainstream this whole community learning process? Over to you.
Yeah, I think just building up on some of the lessons, I think we need to take on a systemic perspective and work with various stakeholders, right? So really building trust, right, from a government perspective, what are the policy alignments, all the way down to financiers and bankers, right? Without trust, they're not going to pump in money. And then the communities that are running it also, needs to have a certain degree of trust and level of transparency, right? Measuring matrix that shows that, they are committed to actually driving performance. I think these are the sorts of, new currency, as I say, that may seem intangible, but absolutely critical.
Over to Nitin now.
If I have to kind of just say one word, which is very difficult for researchers like us, I already lost 10 seconds. So I would say it's policy coherence because, we are dealing with different resources, different ministries here. We are dealing with Ministry of Agriculture. We are dealing with Ministry of Water, Land Resources, Rural Development, maybe Forest, Energy. So there is a need to bring them on board and try to work together to find a solution which is a win-win situation for everyone.
Thank you. Last but not least, over to Anil. I would specifically want to hear from you, what should be the next generation of capacity building we need to bring together, because there is a diverse stakeholder here. So what should be the capacity building focus we should look into that?
So in terms of capacity building, I think we need to find relevance of what we say, what we do. That means that engage citizens. So citizen science, I would say one word, that will create buy-in effect. We have now means, we have technology, we can learn from citizen with the technology, and we can create, we can validate, and that will create really buy-in effect. They will be the owner of what we do.
Thank you, Anil. While you all notice here, we have a male panelist, everybody here, including myself, but we see an excellent woman session driving this one, because I have to put this session in the last minute. My apologies for that, couldn't able to get the gender balance, but I could see the amazing experts and the participants who are here. I hope Dr. Vidisha has been watching carefully on what all this happening. So let me invite Dr. Vidisha Samarakun for providing the closing remarks. She is a Strategic Program Director for Water, Climate Change and Resilience. Over to you.
Yes, actually, I wanted to first of all pull him up for a Manel, but it's very pleasing to me that the audience is pretty much 90% female most. Okay, look. First of all, I found this session extremely fascinating, and I say this with some humility because I'm representing the International Water Management Institute, and a lot of our science and evidence has been presented today by our key researchers. I want to start by thanking all of the speakers today at the panel. Very much enjoyed the very substantive discussions. I also want to acknowledge the support of Ms. Mridula Dixit Bharadwaj in coming in and providing the introduction, and also to our project lead, Dr. Darshini Ravindranath, who has been part of phase 1 implementation and is now taking us into a second phase of the solar project, which now also transcends across into Africa. So thank you to all. Now I have the very hard task of summarizing a very substantive area of work. It's a body of evidence that we are building together. It's so important when we are talking about solar irrigation for us to really understand that evidence that has been presented today through our project work and also from the panel and your experiences really has demonstrated the transformational potential of solar for strengthening climate resilience and supporting inclusive rural development. Solar-powered irrigation pumps provide both a reliable, clean energy alternative to diesel and grid-based systems, and they also reduce greenhouse gas emissions and our dependence on fossil fuels, which is our ultimate aim here. Farmers adopting solar irrigation are reporting higher crop yields, longer growing seasons, and improved incomes. Reliable access to water also is enabling crop diversification, enhanced food security, and greater economic stability. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to, really congratulate ourselves on seeing as a result of our work. We're seeing also over the last decade an extremely rapid uptake of solar technologies with significant progress in solar irrigation and applications. South Asia has emerged as a global leader. We are driven by strong policy support, and we've seen that here by our panel today. And we had in the example of India's largest scale solar pump programs, and in East Africa, countries like Ethiopia and Kenya are advancing very rapidly through innovative pay-as-you-go and blended finance models, supported by public-private partnerships. really important to this is understanding that despite the promise of what solar irrigation provides, there are several challenges that persist in terms of equity and inclusion, groundwater sustainability, financing and scalability. And today with our panel, we've heard examples of that. Renat, I liked very much what you said about trust building. Nothing is going to work, however, innovative your technology is, if you don't co-create your solutions with the parties that are there to receive it. So very important trust building in terms of ensuring that the full potential of solar irrigation is achieved. It has to be context specific, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable, rooted in evidence, innovation, cross-country collaboration, and I would underscore that with trust. So just to wrap up, I think really important for us to understand that what we're aiming to do with our work on solar at IMI is that we want to promote socially inclusive, climate resilient solar energy for agriculture through research, policy dialogue, and regional partnerships. We want to extend the solar frontier beyond irrigation per se to integrate agrivoltaics, cold storage, and other innovative applications that strengthen livelihoods and build long-term resilience. So with that, I'll close and thank you all very much for attending. For those of you on the panel and those of you behind the scenes that delivered our presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidisha, for this excellent closing remarks. I would not repeat again. Let me call Dr. Vidisha as well as Mirdula Dixit to please come over to the dais for the group photo. Please join us.